Madam should call the other council members. We're past the time of wanting to restart the meeting. You can call the first present.
Who have registered in person, 11 people who have registered by phone. So we'll begin person speakers, starting with John Acosta.
First of all, I think it's really trying to get 45,000 plus all the only that by in there it says that any additional there will be additional funding for any activity. Any activity, it doesn't say how much or how often. So there's not transparency on that. You know, by the way, there's almost 200 pages, and I'm sure none of the public members or maybe even you open the 200 pages attachment. So therefore, you probably don't even know what you're going to approve or what you're signing for. You know, one of the things that really concerns me your greediness, because it's been greedy. I received a video that when Susan says they could go to TV for 6 months and everything continue doing, but then it feels like they need a raise. If you step down, resign, get a job. Maybe perhaps talk to him, get money someplace else. Maybe talk to him. Susan knows who to call. You know. Anyway, I think it's unethical. The only person that needs, or the only group that should get the money is the police department. The police department is underfunded, and you know it. And for you to go and compare yourself to a salary of judge. That's ridiculous. That's stealing from the city. That's really stealing from the city. Nowhere in there would you compare to jail, simply because I think you guys are corrupt. The other thing that it says, you know, for you can miss meeting to is to come up with a stupid excuse. And it's a stupid excuse because it has many loopholes. Loopholes where, somebody ran over your that's an excuse and you will get paid for the meeting. That it is unethical and that's stealing. Going back to what Cesar said, that's not enough, and then they could go to Tahiti for everything will continue. So therefore, if you think that you could go to Tahiti for 6 months, there's no need for you guys to be here. You can just resign right now, say everybody paperwork, see the attorney, can you prepare the paperwork for them to resign, step down? That'd be great. And save everybody paperwork, headaches, and everything else. We need to drain the swamp. We need to get rid of all of you. All of you, because in my eyes, I think you guys are corrupt.
The next speaker is David Stuckey.
Thank you. First, the Stuckey, so I appreciate it. So, good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and city attorney. First, my compliments to the city attorney's office and the city manager's office for their efforts to clarify and clean up this original proposal on such short notice. However, I would like to address a few of the remaining issues. First, I have no real issue with a third term for all elected officials. In fact, I would admit it to be unnecessary if it was not considered to be a primary qualification for re-election. While I agree with many others that a large salary increase for part-time council members is excessive, I have no real issue with the increased salary members for members of the City Council, so long as their positions are designated as full-time and the amount of time they spend on city business is consistent with that designation. I do have a problem with the plan to have members of the reconstituted Ethics Commission tasked with appointing members of the Salary Setting Commission. Something about having a appointed volunteer public member of one commission appointing the volunteers of another commission, it just smells bad. So, however, if the salaries of elected officials are tied to a specific percentage for the salaries of a Superior Court judge, why is a salary setting commission even necessary? Some fiscal considerations. First, the election. Costs of up to $480,000, apparently, according to the city clerk. That's FY27 salary increases of $210,000 and ongoing costs, including staff additions, of over $800,000 a year. And my guess is will prove to be conservative estimates. Still, the basic question remains: what is the problem these amendments to the charter propose to solve? I'm not aware of anything so compelling that the charter needs to be by the city's charter. And what's the hurry? What is so urgent that a thorough public vetting should be avoided by this curtailed review process simply to qualify for the November general election? Notwithstanding the apparent best efforts of some in Washington, D.C., there will be future elections. Thank you for your time and attention.
The next speaker is Mary Estrada. I'm sorry, Estrada.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, City Attorney, City Clerk. My name is Mayra Estrada, President of 500 working men and women who keep this city running every single day. A discussion around these charter amendments, and one statement has stayed with me: time pay. I don't necessarily agree that disagree, the very same thing has happened. Will our employees also get paid what is fair and equitable for the full-time work they do every day? Our employees are classified one way on paper, yet many perform work today that looks very different than it did. Programs have expanded, regulations have increased, technology has changed, and the city's expectations continue to grow. Yet the workload doesn't stop because the classification says it's an 8-hour day. It doesn't stop because positions. When this council asks staff to take services and continue growing city, our employees answer that call. They always have. That is what the working class of Chula Vista does. These senior parks answer emergency calls, issue permits, care for our animals, maintain infrastructure, and provide every public service our resident authorities. We've heard estimates that this proposal would cost roughly what a 2% increase would have cost for ACE during bargaining. What funding has been set aside for the employees who continue delivering these services every day? How will this proposal be funded? Will the same limited resources that employees are for equitable compensation? We asked for what was necessary to move market equity. We were told no. We're discussing the ability to find those resources for yourselves. I've always tried to approach public policy through a utilitarian lens and look at what decision produces the greatest good for the greatest number. If additional investment is available, I would ask this council to consider where it serves the community the most. Is it best invested in 5 elected officials or in the hundreds of employees who deliver every service the city provides every single day? Because when we invest in the people who serve our residents, every resident benefits. Thank you.
speaker is Jerome Torres.
Torres. Although I currently serve as Vice Chair of the Commission, I come before you today as a resident. I'm here to appeal to the City Council to not move forward with the blatant quid pro quo proposal presented to you by the Laborers International Union of North America Local 89. This union proposal is bad policy because it will effectively undermine the ability of this elected body to negotiate future labor contracts. Worse, it is also bad politics. Why? You would set a dangerous precedent by bypassing the Charter Review Commission, wanting to consider any measure to reform our city government, thereby you would be usurping overwhelming majority of voters by attempting to negate two-term limit you would be giving yourself unwarranted pay raise by converting your elected offices from part-time to full-time without proving you deserve that consideration. You would be handicapping those council members who are trying to run for re-election and the candidate for mayor by saddling them with an untenable position of being aligned with this union proposal. Over the past 2 decades, Chula Vista Public Education has been afflicted by corrupt, self-serving politicians who have tainted our community, especially the Latino community. Why would you now introduce the same disrepute upon our city government? Why would you forfeit the goodwill and faith of those who elected you to office? If you truly believe in the reform measures included in this union proposal, then eliminate the provisions that would extend the term limits, convert the city council to full-time positions, and introduce binding arbitration in future labor negotiations. Otherwise, you open yourselves to being called unions rather than with the ensuing criticism that will surely follow. Heed my warning. In this unnecessary rush, you are taking a major miscalculated risk that will backfire. And in the end, Chula Vista governance will be the casualty. Finally, if you proceed with this ballot measure, in the interest of fairness, at the very least, allow for the inclusion of a ballot argument in opposition to the measure. I would be happy to be that author.
Sandra Chavez.
Kind of a little bit nervous. It's been a while since I've spoken public, but the council is happening and how anyone can justify such a ginormous pay raise at this time. I mean, I've always heard that politicians are out of touch sometimes with their, is a perfect example of it. Yes. Right now with the food prices continuing to rise, remaining high, people losing their jobs, more families more than ever are relying on food as a city. Yet you are telling us, I would love to receive a raise in my pension. I would also love to have my medical for. I would also like travel stipend. Council members said that this is really a full-time job. Position required when you chose to run for this office. No one forced you to seek this position. You campaigned on serving. It's also the fact voters to approve all these change ballot measure, allowing each issue to stand on their own. Equally troubling is it appears that the proper processes were not taken or followed up on. That raises serious questions about transparency and accountability. It feels as though you are trying to put this significant change through under the radar, then giving the public, not giving discussion they deserve. The city deserves honesty, transparency, and an opportunity to fulfill, understand, and weigh in on each proposal before being asked to vote. The people you represent are struggling. Many of them do not earn in a year what you are earning right now in a part-time position. I urge you to remember who elected you and why you were elected. Public office.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you. I thought it was going to be an impossible feat, extremely challenging. The Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And the independents. One day back. That's, you know how you did it? Pockets. 1, 2 times. What's more egregious about all of this is that you would think that we wouldn't notice. Of course we'd notice. That many, if you recall that night in but it just took 1 or 2 persons to let us know what you were doing. That many things you have in this charter to us is how you try to get it done. You have not given us 1 iota of your time to go through it, to vet it. Not once. Ethics Commission, we were there, last night, Tuesday, they were there, or Monday maybe. What day are we? Tuesday. Thank you. Like not caring for, and I'm especially, Launa is here, Diego, for many years. Never heard the Launa members, and I hope many of them are watching, and other union members are watching, ever get a 59 to 69% pay increase. They should know. They should know that. When was the last time they got a 20% increase or 10% increase? Launa union members don't approve this. You should approve it. They're giving themselves a pay raise. When did you get one? They didn't. You guys, give it a fair chance. Whatever you're trying to put through, give it a fair chance. Your friend, Deputy Mayor Fernandez was out there speaking to us, Marco, and we let him know that it was a big fire to come and speak. Had it been a fires, maybe we wouldn't have noticed, but it was still, got to thank you. At least you let us know, maybe not the way we.
The next speaker is Joseph.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm here opposed to placing this measure before the voters, which would dramatically $64,000 to $110,000 a year. That is an increase of about $45,000 per year, roughly 70% will not require the measure. Also extends the maximum amount of time council members can remain in office. Asking people to provide higher salaries and longer. That's the wrong priority. The Chula Vista City Council member as a part-time position on purpose with much of the city staff. Public service should be exactly that, service. It should not become a career built upon a gravy train of overly generous serving our community, not enriching ourselves. It combines 13 unrelated voters have been being asked to approve a package that includes pay raises, longer term limits, labor negotiation changes, ethics provisions, on and on and on, making it impossible to oppose individual items. The measure is worse than the 2010 Bell City, California corruption scandal, where 7 officials, including mayor, city councilmen, were given prison. Because of this, our very own ethics commission recommends scrapping this measure. What makes the proposed ballot unethical and subject to state and local prosecution is the hidden clauses inserted which labor. The proposed binding arbitration rules future personal costs to the tune of millions of dollars. Such cleaning Chula Vista bargaining position, a pay raise could be seen from the California State Attorney Auditor, the California Attorney General, or the California Fair scandal, which is surely on the first place on the ballot. I strongly urge you to kill this proposal ballot measure. Vote for what's best for the city, as opposed to filling your pockets. I'm going to make you proud one day.
The next, Erica Brancato.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Erica Brancato. I'm a resident and a taxpayer here in Chula Vista. I'm here to express my strong yourselves nearly pay raise, extend your term limits, and reset the clock on the time in office. At a time when everyday families are struggling with rising costs, taxes, working families don't get to vote on salary increases when times are tough. This council consider doing exactly that. Let's remember that serving on the city council is a tenet public service position. Many council members have careers outside of serving this city. It was never intended to become a six-figure career funded by the taxpayers. Public office is about serving the people of Chula Vista, not creating financial benefits for those holding office. If you're looking for places to spend our hard earned tax dollars, look out our window. Our community officers in the streets, safer neighborhoods, improved infrastructure, responsible spending, funding public safety and essential public services about serving the community, increases combined with extending term limits. It's resetting the clock on elected to question whose interests are being prioritized. I want to address every member transparency. If you don't support so now and vote against, your actions speak louder than words. Your responsibility first in residents. Mayors of Chula Vista, elected officials should listen to all voices in the community, but be based on what's best for the people you serve, not based on pressure from any special interest groups. Unions, businesses, and advocacy groups all have their own priorities, but your priority and live with the consequences. Publicly clearly say you don't raise in term changes. It's simple. It's yes or no. If you oppose it, publicly say and encourage your colleagues to do the same. Serves clear answers, accountability, and elect the community first. If the measure advances to will campaign against it and proudly vote no, I urge you to withdraw the proposal and focus on what Chula Vistians need: safer neighborhoods, responsible spending, and real economic relief. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elroy Quijano.
Oppose this ballot measure entirety, transparency, fully by you all. Laura, for the position you took, you did the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons. Now, you on the dais, we, the residents, are your CEOs. We hire, okay? Your performance is measured as follows. How did you improve the city's fiscal responsibility, quality of life, public safety, future growth? I'm going to add transparency. How were you? How did you improve transparency with the residents of the city? This ballot measure does not step up. Playbook, throw it out. Doesn't apply to the city. Execute your job, your duties the right way for the right reasons. That show us balls in your court.
The next speaker is Andrew Lawson.
Good evening, Mayor McCann. Entire speech that I sat here and wrote is going to end up here. I think your residents have made it clear measure. If they did, they could have citizens initiative and then voted on it in November. I don't understand a couple things here, though. The mayor was able to recuse himself. Even Carolina Chavez recused herself on a couple of items. How is voting on your own pay raise not a conflict of interest? you guys are trying years in office. To me, that politics has become, are making it known they're united behind not letting you guys record. People can't get your records from your phone. Since you want to sit there and
Cowles.
It's good to know that the amendment. So we hope that you do the right thing here. So council input from the community on different things like these charter, and these charter amendments are brought up. Everybody in the community is probably wondering why. A charter amendment, why can't it be the response of, again, ramrod this thing through? It's not. So it'll be good to understand how the city council court judge's salary. Why can't it be based on a public waste person? They probably see more of the city, all of you. Councilman Preciado, I just saw a sign, impeach Jose Preciado. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why. Because you haven't done anything wrong. But, the sign was out there. But I can assure you, you're my representative. If you vote to pass this, I will work with those same people to put up those signs. Thank you.
The next, BB, Ren, or Bebe.
Good evening. I wonder if you all are shaking. I bet you are. The following remarks are from both Dr. Krugus and myself. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. We strongly oppose this proposal, not out of fear of change, but because Chula Vista deserves thoughtful reform instead of a rushed experiment. Our council manager system separates politics from professional administration, ensuring expertise and accountability. This proposal undermines that balance. Charter changes carry lasting consequences and should come from broad public input and careful study, not monumentum or frustration. Once enacted, these are very difficult to reverse. We must think beyond the current leadership to those who will follow. Good governance is built to last. Chula Vista is a large, complex city. We should not gamble on an unapproved model without clear need and strong public support. If reform is necessary, do it right. Establish an independent commission, hold public forums, and engage the residents. Transparency must come before transformation. We urge you to slow down and ensure the public fully understands what's at stake. Our goal should be a government that is accountable, transparent, and worthy of trust. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marco Amaral.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor, City Manager. Marco Octavio Rafael Amaral Valencia. And I am here to provide a brief analysis on the proposed ballot initiative, specifically on the most contentious items. I'm not here for silly partisan struggles. Y'all know that I think both parties are full of it. My smoke is equally distributed. Article 3, Section 300. This section gives you 16 years on top of what you already have. I believe that there is a good faith debate to be had as to whether extended term limits. Unfortunately, that debate cannot be properly had between now and August 7th. Shut that chance down. Article 2, that changes so that not only do you gain significant for your pay increase to be attached to an article called the Superior Court Judge of the State of California. Whatever percentage increase you feel you deserve should continue to be attached to the mayor's salary, for that is, in this democratic hierarchy, the appropriate metric of comparison. Further, the proposed language creates a salary setting commission. Dope idea. I propose that an amendment where this commission sets in 2027 and onward, based on a thorough analysis of work, what your salary increase, if any, should be. Take out your minimum salary provision. Article 3, Section 304, the salary setting commission. If a future commission finds, for whatever reason, that the mayor's salary should be reduced, as is common, for example, in school boards, should have the teeth to do so. There should be no language limiting the scope and powers of such the salaries of those elected by the public. Democracy, not less. Article 5, Section to that of a judge of the Superior Court of the state, and gives the power to set the city's attorney's salary to the salary setting commission, 100%. Ironically, however, more sense to connect the attorney to that of a judge than it does to connect the salaries of a city council / mayor to a judge. You continue to connect to a judge, but not that of your attorney, salary, and all yours. To conclude, International Union for writing a proposed ballot measure that both modernizes the city. There are pieces of the proposal that are much needed in Chula Vista as law enforcement and firefighters. But my question, the majority of you pro-union, why couldn't one of you write this up of debate, amending, and more debate? Maybe if you took the most, more of us would think that you deserve this raise. Principles, give your don't the weapon of a parent. Y'all say you work equal to that of a fool to have someone else do your work. Make that make sense.
The next speaker is Steve Stenberg. Steve Stenberg. Okay, I don't see Mr. Stenberg. We'll come back.
He's coming.
He's coming? Okay.
of 17,900 cash. Mr. Are my bosses. I think once you get on council, you kind of forget that first. You are now the boss, but they make the deal. So never ever thought of asking for a pay increase since we're already making close to $7,000 a month. You ask that question, but you have your regular pay, you have your $600 car allowance, and if you don't use it, it's bled into your paycheck. You get free Kaiser medical, and on top of that, you get CalPERS retirement after 1 year. And know that I retired under CAL FIRE, and I was a seasonal employee. I worked a 410 full-time job for 9 months, laid off for 3. You have to have 60 months from your minimum retirement, which means you have to work, depending on whether you're full-time or part, figured out what city council is. But if you're full-time, you need to put you are. The 59% pay increase, right now you're at 75. The right mind makes $112,000 working. I wish the state had paid me that. I'd have stayed working. So the changes, the part-time position job when you applied, if you didn't like the job, we all know what it's about. If you have another job right now and you're working as a councilman for $75,000 a year, then you're double dipping. So I don't know why you're complaining that you don't have any money. As far as that goes, the amendments, 13, they should come up for public comment. You should not be allowed to just ramrod it through. And as I know, the 13 were going to come around, there was going to be one at the top for a vote. If you vote yes for that, you're actually voting yes for all 13. I think that's kind of baloney, but that's between you and you. Okay, so here we go. Post-primary, we have the current, you guys are currently making per hour, including vehicle, medical, and CalPERS. Mr. Hernandez says he wants equal pay. What equal pay are we talking about here? If you're working a full-time employee, then hell, you're already making equal pay. I only made $25 an hour, and I had to pay my own medical and retirement, and I was a full-time employee with the state of California under CalPERS. Okay, Gaylord took 45 years to complete. That's 16 city councils. And by the way, the council doesn't do that. The city manager goes at proposals. All you do is vote on pay and whether it's going to go through. So you're not working on any proposals for 12 years. That's ludicrous. Thank you.
Leon?
Good evening. My name is Robin Leon. I'm a resident of Chula Vista. To make a six-figure salary for a part-time job is ludicrous of public service. Just live in a bubble. I know I do. We don't even know our own city, how it compares to other cities.
You can just go ahead and speak into your microphone so
I
everybody
usually
can
talk
hear
so loud
you.
you wouldn't want to hear it that way. But okay, yes.
No, to have people in the back hear you.
Okay.
So.
Down?
Yes.
Most in the city are constantly rising. We could all think the sense. Well, thinking of other cities in California that are similar in size. All three are charter cities, not general law cities. General law cities are a little bit more restricted as far as their pay. And so I'm only comparing charter cities. Chula Vista population is about 275,000. City budget, $661 million. City council salary, $64,000. And wanting a raise of 59%. And our mayor makes around $161,000. Okay, let's compare Irvine. Irvine has a population of 318,000. Their base is 10,800 a month. And if they average out about 26 to 32,000, half of Chula Vista City Council salary. 45,000 to 53,000. CV mayors makes quite a bit more than either that of Irvine or Riverside. Okay, next one's the Riverside. Riverside's population of 325,000. City budget of 785,000. Due to these insane, if you look up Chula Vista salaries, I'd say it says Chula Vista is an anomaly because obviously high as far as the entire California.
The next speaker is Ward.
Good evening, Mayor McCain, members of the City Council. My name is Viridiana Carmen Ward, and I'm a long-time resident of Chula Vista. My family, in fact, immigrated here from Mexico in 1993. Chula Vista has always been my home. I'm here today because I need you to understand that the most valuable forms of government, it is very difficult to restore. I have taken the time to post charter amendments, and I cannot conscience support them as they are presented. Let me be clear that my objection is not rooted solely on the proposed salary increase, which in itself is ridiculous. Rather, it is rooted in the insidious manner in which these changes have been packaged together. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Ethic reforms, transparency measures, and stronger governance should not be incentives attached to a compensation package. They should already exist. Why? Because they are fundamental obligations of good government. They are not bargaining chips to make other proposals more palatable. Bundling them together asks voters to weigh principles against pay when those principles should be absolutely non-negotiable. Equally concerning is what this proposal is communicating to the public, assuming you're listening. At a time when confidence in institutions is fragile, just look at the news. This measure risks reinforcing the perception that elected officials are prioritizing themselves over the people that they are elected to serve. Public office, you should know, has always demanded sacrifice. Fair compensation is appropriate, sure, but compensation must precede public confidence. I'm also concerned by a broader trend in our local government, which is who see public service as a responsibility, not to increase salaries are coupled with longer terms and institution. I to oppose this measure, and thank you, sir, for what you did. The rest of you, I hope you do the right thing, and I hope you have the day you deserve. Thank you.
The next speaker is Martin Calvo.
Martin Calvo? What?
Martin Calvo.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak regarding the proposal to expand the service of the council members. My name is Martin Calvo. I'm the current chairman of the Parks and Rec Commission, and in the 90s, I was also the chair of the Economic Development Commission for the city. I moved to Chula Vista in 1980. At that time, our city had a population of approximately 84,000 residents. Today, Chula Vista has grown to 276,000 people, more than 300% increase in population. We have witnessed tremendous growth, particularly east of Highway 805, with communities such as East Lake, Otay Mesa, Rancho La Rey, Rolling Hills, Melania, and others being developed through careful master planning. The growth occurred under our current council structure. The only significant changes approved by voters were to move from at-large elections to district elections, and the adoption of the better long-term planning is at goal. The reality is successfully manage some of the most complex growth and development in the region. Our council manager demonstrated that our professional city staff are capable of managing large-scale projects, implementing long-term plans, and providing continuity regardless of election cycles. We should also remember that accountability to voters is the cornerstone of our democratic process. Longer terms may sound appealing because they provide more time in office, but they also reduce the frequency with which residents have the opportunity to evaluate and replace their elected representative. There are 14 states that operate with part-time legislature, with populations ranging from approximately 584,000 residents in the case of Wyoming to 6.8 million residents in Indiana. Some of these states have also adopted term limits. These examples demonstrate that government can function effectively while reasonable limits on elected officials' time in office, financial interest, or genuine public benefit. When special interests become involved, unfortunately, political power or financial any labor unions or special interests advocating for what they believe benefits their member. That is part of the democratic process. But elected officials have a responsibility to consider the community or primarily a particular group. I respect Chula Vista well for decades. Terms could result in increased reduced voter influence and greater political power. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin Marshall.
Good evening, Council, City Attorney. You guys all work in our city, and you see how incredible the city we have, how incredible our schools are, our nonprofits are, our small businesses. And what our city needs more than ever when we're geared up for the future is trust. Yes. And I really feel like this decision, pushing this through, not even the pay increase, right? But the arbitration and all the other things that you guys are putting into that package, that should take 6 months to 15 months of city input, city attorney review, so much work. Yes. I hate seeing signs like this, right? Our city is incredible, right? Our citizens are absolutely incredible. Our schools, the unions, I mean, we have what? Almost 300,000 residents. And if you look at the percentage of union workers, like 15%, you have to balance both. You have to look at the needs of everyone. The average citizen doesn't have time to come here, right? They are barely making it by. They have 3 jobs, trying to kick the kids to the soccer fields, try to take care of their families. They trust you to do your jobs. And what I ask you to do is really, really consider the unintended consequences of the trust factor for our overall city. It's hugely important. We got so many great things to invest in this city. So please think about the trust and that quote Margaret Mead, never a doubt that a couple of concerned citizens, even though you have a small group of the 300,000 residents, if this gets pushed through, trust me, this will build, and it'll be so negative for our city, and on the trust and government won't be there. So please consider backing this off and do it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge this council to vote no on this package of 13 charter amendments. The city charter is the constitution of the city of Chula Vista. It is not something that should be rewritten in a matter of weeks. According to public reporting, this package was drafted by Logo 89 and presented to the city council on June 16. Now, just weeks later, we're already discussing placing it on the November ballot. This is simply not enough time for the public to understand 13 significant changes to our city's governing document. Previous charter amendments have gone through months of public outreach, review, and discussion. This proposal has not followed that same deliberate process. Even more concerning, these amendments were not vetted through the city's customary charter review commission process. Last night, I attended the Board of Ethics meeting where commissioners expressed concerns about lack of transparency, which these changes, 13 amendments, are bundled to package. We're talking about term limits, councils, lobbying, arbitration, budgeting, and other major issues, all combined into a single ballot measure. If I agree with one amendment, the other 12, how am I supposed to? Voters deserve the opportunity each proposal on its own merits, not as a one, all or nothing package. Finally, I believe residents deserve transparency. The public record shows that Luna drafted these amendments and has also spent substantial money supporting local elections. Whether some support unions, organization helps write major changes to our city's constitution, while also ask questions and expect complete transparency. For these reasons, I to reject this proposal. If the council will merit, then bring them back after a process. Let the Charter Review Commission review them, give residents months, not weeks, to study them, and place each amendment on the ballot separately so voters can decide each issue on its own. Organization or special interest.
Is Greg Martinez.
If we could announce who are sort of the three upcomers to help make sure that people can come down. So it would be Speaker 1 is next, Speaker 2, then Speaker 3. That might help expedite the public comment on this item. Thank you.
Okay. The next two speakers after Mr. Martinez are Francisco Rivera and Cindy D.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Greg Martinez, and I am here to urge you to not support the proposed charter amendments as written. Please take the time for thorough vetting of this measure and separate the proposed City Council pay increase and term limit changes from the rest of the reform package. Some of the other proposed reforms deserve thoughtful consideration on their own merits, but those are fundamentally different from the massive pay increases. The latter directly current officials and transparent public debate. The proposal is about 45 $5,000 per council member per year. That's nearly $200,000 just in annual additional direct salary costs alone, but it doesn't end there. Higher salaries often increase your retirement contributions and other compensation-related costs. They can also create pressure through the organization for more staff time and higher compensation at other levels. These ripple effects have real financial consequences and must be paid for somehow, either through cuts to other priorities or through higher taxes and fees on our residents. Increasing the term limit to 3 terms is concerning. Generally, term limits when they're in place are 2 terms. It's not often you see a 3-term limit. One of the few places we see one is with the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, who just voted to place an initiative on the ballot to increase their term limits to 3 terms. Is that just a coincidence? Who knows? I am also deeply concerned about the so-called grandfather provision that allows the current sitting city council members to serve up to 16 years instead of the current 8. Clauses like this, they normally exist to protect people from unintended harm caused by a new law. They're called grandfather clauses, right? Here, there is no such harm. Instead, this provision appears to provide a very unique benefit to the people voting on it. And without a transparent explanation for why this exception is necessary, the public is left to speculate. Is there something special about this particular group of city council members that we have? Or is it simply just an incentive for them to vote on the measure? Public trust is strengthened by transparency, and not by leaving people to guess your motivation. Finally, I've heard that supporters describe these proposals as modernization. This is actually the opposite of modernization. Modernization means more democracy, greater transparency, greater accountability for the public's voice. This moves us away from the traditional government and more towards an authoritarian style of politics like you see in the third world, where major decisions are packaged together, public opposition is suppressed, and citizens are simply expected to accept the outcome. Chula Vista deserves better than that. Please reject the manufactured rush to put these measures on the November ballot. Let voters evaluate council compensation and term limits on their own. The Ethics Committee reviewed the situation and decided to oppose the way this legislation is being rushed to a vote without proper vetting. There is no real urgency to get this on the November ballot. Democracy requires it be thoroughly vetted as appropriate for a major change to the city charter. Thank you so much for your time.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, Frank Rivera, Chula Vista resident, retired Chula Vista mid-manager engineer, and retired SEIU Local 221 Labor Union member. I'm here tonight to express my thoughts on the proposed ballot measure that intends to revise a city charter, a city that incorporated in 1911. This has to be the biggest issue brought before the City Council in 115 years because it is being rushed to the ballot. It is self-serving, and the public has not had the time to properly review and get decent answers on the many changes being proposed. How dare you spend $735,000 now to ask for a 59% salary increase for a part-time job that already with the current council salary formula, which you also want to revise up to 70%, places all of you amongst the highest paid in the state, including those agencies where council members work as elected officials. Your salaries are already tied to those of a judge of the Superior Court of California, not other local agency council members. Good enough. The charter language for this proposed obscene pay raise should not apply to any one of you within your current term in office or those in the general election this November to revise the date of implementation to July 1st, 2031. No one changed the salary schedule when each of you decided to run for office. No one told you that it is hard work being a City of Chula Vista employee. I know that when I proudly was a city employee from 1984 to 2023, that it would not be a cakewalk. Here is my first paycheck stub, and I earned $4.91 per hour at my entry-level position. I am as proud of that $88.38 check today as back then because I earned it. When I retired, my salary was near the never in the top 5 to 10 in the state. all of you on the dais, if there was still work to do, if you want to change the city charter, consider making this a full-time position without the second job like other large cities have done. Look around, many of them are city employees and struggling to make ends meet, and some have side hustles that help make ends meet. All of us living within our means, within our budget. I also oppose 3 terms in office. No reason to change the current 2-term maximum. Do not create the new commissions. That is an oxymoron that just adds over $600,000 in annual costs. You should instead concentrate on competitive salaries for those city employees at the lowest end of the salary schedule, not the executives. This represents about 1.25% pay raise for these hourly employees. I urge all of you to vote no on this resolution. This is pure mishmash, not a partisan issue or a labor issue. Clean up the trash on Broadway instead. Thank you.
Madam, let the next people know.
Cindy D., followed by Rocky Martinez, followed by Mary D.
Out of everyone that's here that took the time, family, come to talk hopefully some sense into you. I'm afraid you're that if you just heard or will be hearing from other constituents in this room. We the people elected revolves around serving the people. We the people should be in a pay raise or a term extension, like a tip or gratuity. If the service is exceptional, then a larger tip is appropriate. I do not see exceptional service. Also, you should not expect more pay increase for your part-time job. A year ago or more, I calculated that you, the city council members, received $1,250 every time you sat at the dais. I also calculated that almost every month a meeting would be canceled. That's a pile of dough to go to 3 meetings a month. I go to 3+ meetings and functions a month as a volunteer for different entities. Is the most I will graciously receive. If you feel that you need more valid of money, please seek a regular job. The same way that get pay increases. I'm not naive. I know you're not listening to anything. Our story of your deceitful intent. I hope more of your constituents proposal. A 56 pay increase has theft written all over it. I'm not alone in this belief. The number of people behind me is only a fraction of the folks that do not approve of your proposal. If you approve this pay raise, we will all in the black. If all of you say the budget will not be able to handle this, we hope you don't make us start a recall for each of you. I don't have of law-abiding citizens will have no choice. We will drop everything and see that a new council sits in your seats. You're overstepping your boundaries, and we're watching you.
Have Rocky Martinez, followed by Mary D.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, for allowing me to address you tonight. Obviously, a lot written here but it seems like the same issues are being addressed. So let me kind of just take it a little different way. I pastored for 25 years. Here recently, I had a mother, she was in between a home and a car, and when she left my church, she left on a bicycle. Her 6-year-old son left on a and so we 20,000 people every month from all over diversities, nationalities, and different things. The city is hurting. And one of the things that I hear here tonight, which really alarms me, is that we see a greater division in our city that is taking place by this very decision that could be made. We already have a bipolarism in our nation. Politics, religion, nationality, we see all this happening. This can drive that even further because there is a lack of trust and transparency at the moment. When we get into a term of taking all these different measures that you want to do and put into one bowl, it's very hard for myself to actually say, do I vote on public protection by arbitration, or do I have to choose something to sacrifice something, so nobody should have to do that. So to make this transparent and right, take each issue, put it on the ballot, let the people of the city, let them decide this. You're in District 3, 4, 2, and 1. As far as pay raise is concerned, listen, I understand this is bivocational. I've done it for most of my life, and I understand the struggles there. I get it. But let's hear from your districts. Let's get your resumes. Let's get your reports. Let's hear what they're saying that you're doing there, because when you come here to the city, Mr. Deputy Fernandez, he's in the school system, he's raising up generations. You come here, you help watch generations. Let's hear from them. Let's see pay raises be deserved. But if we take this and we press this forward with this city, the church, that's a lot of work for me. Pick up your work and try to get people and get them to come together. Try to get food in their stomachs and help them put backpacks and shoes on their feet. Why we're sitting here debating whether or not do we continue this measure. One, we're stripping the voice of the people, and number two, we need to bring irrelevant. And one thing I'm concerned about is our ability to come in unity and work together to stop here. But I do want to say that the reason we greater increase of finances to bring, I think we should have greater leadership where it's at today. So to reconsider, because the minds and the hearts, and it's causing further division, and we already got a bipolar situation in place. So please reconsider. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. And first, real quick, I just want to give a quick kudos to your clerks for their professionalism, their flexibility in adapting to call-in speakers, and the number of people here tonight. So thank you. And Mary Davis, I'm a government watchdog and your regional accountability partner. And after doing this for several years, I've actually developed a system. When I go into a chamber, one of the first things I do is I evaluate and I assess how captured they are by special interests. Sadly, this history of giving up that flag long ago. We don't have to even look distant past to the country that swept into the and the grassroots debacle that unfolded. Now you have all this development right at your feet between the Gaylord, Millennia, the university that may be coming your way, and the unions, the building trade industry. They are salivating, and they are ripe to play ball. And I say that from the county, which is the main body that I monitor, the Board of Supervisors, and I see what I've dubbed it the circular economy. CIU, the unions, and the NGOs that and money goes around. They show up to speak and rally support. And so I see that here, move forward with this, that you would actually remove this body. That would be only fair. Next, I would like to go to some oversight, and that has to do with, say, 700 forms, a statement, a very poor indicator of oversight. But we only have to beach with Mr. Leyva Gonzalez that omit or have to go back and amend. So we can't even contract a trust in the processes that we will see transparency for donations or PACs or where the money is. Lastly, I am asking you no self-serving raises or term extensions, and no Kings in Chula Vista, no Reyes in Chula Vista. And for the Ethics Commission, this is my last call to you. If you go forward with this tonight, you might as well disband the Ethics Commission. Why does it even exist if you are going to ignore its recommendation? Thank you. Yeah.
Michael Gorski, followed by Henry Asya, followed by Jackie Metcalf.
Good evening, people. Why are you here? Hopefully we'll be able to answer that question after tonight. The elephant in the room is Local 59 of a large contracting union that is headquarters in Washington, D.C. They have 500,000 members, but their main office is 2,690 miles from here. And they are consultant to our illustrious council. Local 89 has discovered difficulty getting qualified people to work for the city. So they have determined our documents, our constitution, times to bring it up to standards. Who knew this? The U.S. government has a governing contract that is 250 years old already, and it was revised only 27 times. The last revision was in 1992. And guess what? It was proposed 202 years before it was actually voted on. And what did it cover? Salaries. The new salary scale is way beyond the needs of a part-time job. There are also 13 amendments to the city constitution, including that 59% increase in salary. The mayor is a full-time employee, so he is not covered by this increase. Imagine that, huh? The police department, who guards our facility right now, only makes about $1,000 a year. And our council members want to make $115,000 a year. That's more than, if you work for the U.S. government, that's a GS-12 Step 3 or better. Another thing, a council is not required to have experience in government operations. Our council is heavily on teaching and nonprofit organizations. And one was not even educated in the United States. Local 89 helping our Chula Vista to gather qualified people. Chula Vista needs new people, but it needs people steeped in public service, not experienced in a part-time pawn of a construction company. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Henry Espetia, Jackie Metcalf, and Karina Soto.
Good evening. I too, I'm Henry, pastor of New Beginnings Church, Otay. I am here, I align myself with Pastor Rocky Martinez, who work on the streets with your constituents, who work with those that don't those that are struggling to survive. And I can easily say that most of your this clear these things. I want more money, and the thing is, when I look at, I was born and raised in North County. I moved here because I couldn't afford to stay in Cardiff and Encinitas. But yet their city councils make, Encinitas makes less than half of what you already make, 1/3 of what you make now. Less than 1/2 of what you make now. $1 a year. You need money. You know, I want to know. I'd like to know how many of you. You know, you want longer terms. Well, if you don't deserve a longer term, because you see, what we need are one you, and we can forgive mistakes. But you see, we still can't trust if you go on and offend us. So.
Metcalf. Okay, we'll go on to our next speaker, Karina Soto.
Good evening, everyone. Thank everyone in the community for joining together and coming out to protest such an obvious of the board. It's good to see you this evening. I want you to know the charter is the consideration of binding arbitration. Arbitration for 30 years. In my arbitration is helpful because it put your best, last, and final off neutral third party binding arbitration. I'd like you to know that at Southwestern College, we get paid $420 a month for our service on the board. $420, and that's it. Southwestern is a $160 million organization that has 1,400 employees. As a career counselor, as an academic counselor, and as a personal counselor who worked at Southwestern for 32 years, I must tell you that getting paid at $110,000 for a part-time job is blatantly ridiculous. It's not done. It is not done. I went on the website for Chula Vista to look at what the salaries are, and one of the highest median salaries for people is about $180,000. Now, administrators at Southwestern make well over that, but for the city of Chula Vista, it's $180,000. So paying $110,000 for a part-time job is just, that is the reason why you guys did want to put this through normal charter review process. And we're not just going to get a hard no, you were going to get we're going to say no. So that makes sense, okay? One of the things I want to tell you is that it's to extend your time of service to the board for 12 years, but only if you include the time that you've already served, okay? Southwestern has the same time, 12 years, that's our limit. I want to say that the union that is putting forth the changes here on the charter, they need to remember that they're a part of the community, and that we are all members of this community, and we all deserve to have equal access to the board. It's supposed to be one person supposed to buy the whole political system. And even though it looks like that's what's happening, we don't like our government being sold off, okay? We want it. That our republic is based on a system of checks and balances, and it is unethical for you to give yourself such an incredible $45,000 a year raise. You know, no one else is asking for this type of money, and you know why? It's because no one else should.
The next are Thomas Gaffney and Al Sanchez. Gaffney, Jorge Sanchez, and Al Sanchez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jorge Sanchez, apprentice with Local 89, and I live here in Chula Vista. I'm asking the Council to support all of the reforms, especially the 3 terms extension. Thank you for your time.
Actually, if I could just make sure that we're being respectful. Let's respect all speakers, whether they.
Thank you. Good, Al Sanchez. I'm an active member of 89, and we are Macedo. We're also. This charter has not changed in a long time. Our city a lot since then. I support the new Ethic Commission. It has real power to investigate and order audits. I support lobbyists and registrations. I support the rule that companies must tell us who owns them. I support the limits of 3 terms. Today, Chula Vista needs leaders who can stay long enough to finish hard projects. 3 terms does not take the power from voters. It gives voters more choices. If a leader's doing a good work, we should be able to keep up with them, keep them in. I'm asking the council to support.
Thomas. I don't. The next 3 speakers: Tim D. Figueroa and Susan. Tim D. Leonardo Figueroa and Susan McManus.
Oh, really? Check it out. Cool.
Just Claire speaking.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. About a week ago, the New York City Council voted to raise the mayor's salary. And in response, he turned it down. And the reason he turned it down was he said, I didn't knock on anybody's door, and their issue was that I'm being paid too much. So I want to throw that one out there for you to begin with. Second, let's just get logistical. I saw it in the previous section. You did a really good job of making sure to declare your conflicts and to out. Let's be real. Everyone is asking you to vote no. I'm not asking you to vote no. I'm also not asking you to vote yes. I'm saying that every single one of you is conflicted with this, and none of you should be voting on it. There is no quorum for this if you declare conflicts. Past that, I'm like a lot of us have said, happy to pay a full-time salary for a full-time job. That needs to be the only way that you're making money then. That needs to be, like 110 is not enough. I would actually raise it. If that was the only money that we were making, we weren't taking lobbying deals, we weren't working second jobs. Happy to do it. It shows a real lack of confidence in both the people and this amendment itself that you've thrown 13 disparate things together, because it means that there's at least like 5 of them that you know that people are going to vote no for, that you want to bury in the bill. And I don't think that that's honest. It is not. It's not honest. Let's be real, guys. All right, what do I get? You know what? I could keep going. Oh, one more. I'm hearing a lot about we need to extend term limits to continue through different projects. About that, we could talk about alternative. If you guys staggered your terms for another 12 years.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. And good evening, members of thank you for allowing me the public comment. And I would like to begin by showing everybody that as we speak, as we stand right now, in national social media, it's posted, and I do quote, City of Chula Vista Council is a pay raise while also, anyhow, that being said, imagine buying a car without reading the, the quality report, because the sale's going to end by the end of the week. Rushing buying a home without knowing if it's full of termite, has a lien on it, because somebody else might move in. Imagine enrolling your children in a school where you don't know anything about, just because you want them to begin that semester. Imagine taking a job that you don't know want to get the job. Imagine changing a charter because the deadline is a couple of weeks from now. Yeah. This is how business is handled. A clock hour, and it is obvious that the people are. That being said, express the serious concerns. It stands on their own. They can be discussed at their own merits. Corner cutting, disingenuous in process by which it has been brought forward. That's what we need to talk about. Everything they should be timed to independently. These are not minor housekeeping amendments. They represent significant policy decisions that deserve careful public review, not an expedite process. I respectfully urge this honorable city council to slow the process down, allow for comprehensive review through the Charter Review Commission, encourage robust public engagement, and permit each major policy proposal to stand on its own merits. The residents of Chula Vista deserve nothing less when considering changes to the city foundational government. I would say this: voting in favor of this preposterous, rushed process will be political suicide. That being said, I thank you again. Thanks.
Next, we have Susan McManus, followed by Board of Ethics Chair Salas and Bobby Salas.
I just want to say good evening to everybody. This is the first time that I have felt absolutely compelled to drive from East Chula Vista out here. I was distressed watching the news the other day. Our mayor wants to have a discussion with you. You represent us. Yes. You would not participate. I will not be voting for all of you again. McCann, love you. You've been on this city council for a long time. I've been in Chula Vista now for 26 years. I've seen you. I've seen you do all sorts of great things. I do HR for a living. Number one, ethics. Not ethical. You're coming in here and you're saying, money grab, 45 for all of you, and we're going to ramrod the hardworking citizens of the city of Chula Vista. I lived in the city of San Diego for a few years. What a mess. I would suggest that you four go find a place in the city of San Diego. Some of us work really hard. Some of us have lost our jobs multiple times, but you know, we keep rising back up.
Yes. Yep.
Not appropriate. Saw you on your phone most of this meeting. You're not representing us. What are you doing, Facebook over there? I'm sorry, it's just not appropriate. When you are a city leader, you sit, you listen.
Yes. Right. Yes.
That if you think that we're going to this down and hope that this gets approved, I'm going to be contacting Carl DeMaio. Oh yeah, he does put stuff together for local elections. I think he'll be very excited about this because he loves ripping apart Sacramento, in case you don't follow who Carl DeMaio is. I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank Chula Vista for all the great things that they've done. This, with you four, not good.
The next in-person speaker is the Board of Ethics Chair Salas, who's speaking on the Board of Ethics, followed by Bobby Salas, who's speaking on behalf of themselves. We do have another Salas Sala, which we believe is a duplicate, but if that's you, please come up here and let us know so that we can call on you. And then we will move to the phone speakers. We do have 8 phone speakers connected that we will call next. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor McCann, members of City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. My name is Bobby Ray Salas, and I'm here in my capacity as the Chairman of the Board of Ethics for the City of Chula Vista, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board. I respectfully submit this letter of recommendation concerning the proposed charter amendment presently under consideration for placement on the November 26th election ballot. At a duly noticed special meeting held yesterday, July 20th, 2026, the Board of Ethics reviewed and discussed the priority of the proposed charter amendment, the accompanying staff report, and the ethical governance implications of advancing such a broad and consequential measure under the present circumstances. Following public discussion, the board voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council not move forward with placing the proposal on the November 26th ballot. This recommendation also reflects the concerns expressed by members of the community who attended and participated in the special meeting yesterday. The board recognizes that several subjects contained within the proposal may individually merit thoughtful, not intended to reject meaningful ethics reform, rather in which numerous unrelated significant charter changes in a single proposal. And advanced without any level of independent review, public engagement, deliberation, the city charter functions as its includes changes involving election compensation, the creation of new, council contracting, lobbying regulations, ethics enforcement, and binding arbitration for public safety labor negotiations. These subjects present a legal, fiscal, ethical, and governance questions that warrant separate, comprehensive evaluation rather than an expedited consideration as a consolidated ballot measure. Of particular concern, the staff report states that the city was unaware of any community engagement conducted before the proposal was presented to the City Council. It further explains that because of the abbreviated timeline preceding August 7th, 2026 ballot filing deadline, it prevented the session only at City Council meetings. The same time by the Charter Review Commission, with materials being that commission and Board of Ethics only on July 36. In the board's view, this process is inconsistent with the degree of public participation and institutional review that should accompany a comprehensive charter amendment. Unfortunately, I've run out of time as in my capacity as the chairman speaking. I do believe I'm next.
Yeah, go ahead. This is from the City Council to, since you do represent the Board of Ethics and the letter is from the Board of Ethics, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council. The proposal, amongst other things, leaves unresolved the relationship between the existing Board of Ethics and the proposed City Ethics Commission. It does not clearly state whether the current board would be dissolved, reorganized, retained with reduced jurisdiction, or expected to operate concurrently with the new commission. Proceeding without clearly defining the responsibilities, jurisdiction, authority, and the continuing status of the city's existing ethics body could result in overlapping authority, processes, fusion, or reduction. The board's concerns are further heightened by the breadth of the proposed measure. Voters may support some provisions while opposing others, but the consolidated proposal may require them to accept or reject the package as a whole. Combining the proposed reforms together as one may impair the electorate ability to make a clear, informed decision on each independent policy question. For these reasons, the Board of Ethics respectfully recommends the City Council decline to place the proposed charter amendment on the November 2026 ballot, refer the proposal and its individual components to the Charter Review Commission, Board of Ethics, relevant city commissions, and independent legal or subject matter experts for comprehensive review. Conduct meaningful public outreach and community meetings before determining whether any individual provisions should advance. Separate, unrelated charter changes should be separated into distinct proposals so voters may independently evaluate the seriousness of these issues. Addressing appointments, removals, independent investigative authority, recuse, public reporting, and the relationship between the existing Board of Ethics and any proposed ethics commissions. Require complete fiscal and operational analysis for each proposed amendment before further council action. And return any revised proposals through the city's established charter review process for possible consideration at a future election. This recommendation is grounded in the board's responsibility to promote ethical governance, transparency, impartiality, accountability, and public confidence in city government. The board believes that meaningful reform is most credible when developed through an open, deliberate, inclusive, and independent process. The importance of the subjects addressed by this proposal review does not justify accelerating the process. Accordingly, the Board of Ethics respectfully recommends that the City Council not move forward with placement of the proposed charter amendment on the November 2026 ballot. Thank you for your consideration of the board's recommendation and for your continued commitment to transparent and ethical governance. Thank you. All right. Starting over. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Attorney and City Manager.
He's speaking for himself now.
For the record, my name is Bobby Ray Salas, and I'm here tonight as a resident of Chula Vista, speaking in my personal capacity. After careful review of the proposed charter amendment and attending the publicly noticed, where I heard from members of our community in my personal capacity, I respectfully but unequivocally recommend that this proposal not move forward. Let me be clear, this is not opposition to ethics reform. I strongly support meaningful reforms that promote transparency, accountability, and public confidence in government. My opposition is to this process. The city charter is not an ordinary ordinance. It is the constitutional framework of our local government. Changes of this magnitude should be never rushed, bundled together, or presented to the public without meaningful public engagement and independent review. The staff report itself acknowledges that the city was unaware of the proposal was submitted, the public outreach constraints, and that was unable to formally review this proposal because every member of this council pause. The single measure combines issues as far as so diverse that we all know, we've heard them all tonight, so there's no point in repeating it. But ethics has a higher question. Does it strengthen public trust? When elected officials are asked to advance proposals affecting their own future terms of office or compensation, even when no legal conflict exists, the public expects a process that is beyond reproach. The appearance of impartiality is just as important as impartiality itself. Public confidence is earned not by meeting the minimum legal standard, but by exceeding it. I also have significant concern with ethics commissions. Independence cannot simply be declared. It must be built into the structure before creating a new ethics body. The city should fully resolve questions regarding appointments, investigative authority, and due process, and so on and so on. Tonight, I'm asking the council and urging them to vote no on this proposed charter amendment. Do not ask the voters to decide sweeping structural change before the city has completed the deliberate, transparent, inclusive process that those changes deserve. The integrity of our government depends not only on the decisions we make, but on the process in which we make them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now move to the speakers who are partly by phone. The first, Lynn Barrios, followed by Paula by Brandon Plasencia. We'll start with Kelvin Barrios. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Am I off mute?
You're unmuted. You can proceed with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Laborers Local 89. I'm here speaking on behalf of my business manager and our over 5,000 members and sending 1,000 members that live in. So we did actually run that report we have in the city of Chicago. So we're one of the proponents of this measure, though last week's meeting, this measure changed a bit. And through the public process that is going on, we're seeing like different things being brought up by the public. This is no longer, we don't see this no longer as our measure, but the city council's measure that they're taking up to consideration. We do encourage the city council to move this forward. There are a lot of key elements here that would strengthen transparency, that would make the government more efficient. I heard comments about the ethics commission and some uncertainty there. In the wording of the charter measure, it does leave it where the council through ordinances can make certain changes or define some of those potential issues that can be addressed in the future. The charter changes aren't meant to be very prescriptive because of the nature that it is a governing document, that it is not changed that frequently. We are hearing a lot of pushback from folks around pay raises for the council. And the rationale that we did have there is that the city is growing. It is seemingly like a full-time job. So we wanted to compared what the median income in Chula Vista was, and we're trying to achieve that through like the salaries, the minimum salaries, and the independent salary setting commission to remove that from the council's authority. But if that's something that just can't move forward at this time, like we would be supportive of that as well. Ultimately, it's the council's decision. We do encourage a package to be moved forward, to be heard again next week. There is another council meeting next week, and it can continue to be debated in public next week. We're also hearing that binding arbitration could have some other setbacks or issues of being included in the measure. And again, that's another component of, it's not necessarily, something that needs to be included now. So again, we're asking the council to continue moving this conversation forward and continue the public input practice. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker on the phone is Paula Witzel, followed by Brandon Plasencia, followed by Marcela Miranda. There are 8 remaining call-in speakers.
Thank you.
Paula Witzel, you're
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to urge you to reject this rush charter amendment tonight. I am a Chula Vista District 1 resident. This proposal would raise council members' salaries from about $65,000 to more than $110,000 for positions that would remain part-time. It would also allow elected officials to serve a third term for as long as 16 years and impose binding arbitration in certain labor negotiations, potentially placing major financial decisions in the hands of an unelected arbitrator. Regardless of how anyone feels about these individual changes, they should not be bundled together and rushed onto the ballot. There has been no meaningful public outreach or comment period. The proposal by Charter Review Commission, the body specifically entrusted with reviewing changes to our city's constitution. Yesterday, the Board of Ethics, as we've heard, voted against recommending it. A charter amendment, time and office governing authority, demands independent review, full financial and genuine participation. Council members should not ask voters to approve a pay raise and a longer tenure through a process that did not include the public. Please reject this proposal, or at minimum, send it to the Charter Review Commission, hold public hearings, and allow each major issue on. Chula Vista resident transparency, deliberate fair process before being asked at the city charter. And as someone had previously mentioned, the U.S. Constitution has 27 amendments. The last amendment, the 27th Amendment, states, no law varying the compensation for services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall be intervened. The core purpose of this amendment prevents members of Congress from giving themselves a pay raise that takes effect during their current term. Any change in congressional compensation can only apply after the next election of the House of Representatives, allowing voters to weigh in on that decision. This addresses concerns about self-dealing. Lawmakers shouldn't vote themselves immediate salary increases without facing electoral accountability first. I live in District 1, Chula Vista. I will be paying attention to the vote of the City Council because I will take that into the election, I'm sure. Thank you.
Next remote participant is Brandon by Marcela Miranda Prieto, followed by Truth Tonics. Brandon Plasencia, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Diego County have made it clear. No kings, no queens. We don't want third terms. We don't want lifelong politicians. We've made it clear to President Trump we don't want this. What makes the City Council any different? Why is it the special interests are pushing this through? We're fighting the president to make sure he doesn't get a third term. And the people of San Diego have made it much of the streets. They have come out and make sure President Trump does not get a third term. Same should happen here. People to go the route of many major cities, going into uncharted territory, not knowing if we're going to be able to financially keep this up. We need to be careful with the progress we have made with the city that you guys hold and the position. I live in the city of San Diego, and they're not in a great position, but that's because they put themselves there. It's a shame to say it. I've lived here in San Diego my whole life, and I don't want the city of Chula Vista to end up in the same place. Please think it through. Please give it some time. Please listen to your citizens. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Marcela Miranda Prieto, followed by Truth Tonics, followed by Robert Quillowitz. Marcela Miranda.
Good evening, Mayor.
You can proceed with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Marcela Miranda Prieto. I'm a native Chula Vistan who spent the last few years working on electoral reform across the state and locally. I want to start by saying I support the accountability measures you're considering tonight. To consider one more piece, if not for this year, for 2020, moving mayoral elections to the presidential cycle. Why? The numbers that we see tell a story. In 2024, over 110,000 Chula Vistans voted in a citywide race. In 2022, only about 65,000 did, a 69% drop. And it's not random who disappears in off-cycle years. Presidential elections bring out younger voters and voters of color, as we know, at far higher rates than gubernatorial cycles do or off-cycles, along with folks who just don't tune in as often outside of presidential races. And this isn't just a Chula Vista idea. San Jose, San Francisco, San Diego, and the state legislature itself, through AB 759, have all made the same shift because California keeps landing on the same conclusion. The officials who shape our daily lives should be elected when the most people are actually showing up. I know Chula Vista is a charter city, so SB 415 doesn't legally bind you to what it does the way it does to general law cities. But that's exactly the point. You have the freedom to choose and ask you to choose in the spirit of the law anyway. The state has already said what good governance looks like here. Chula Vista doesn't need to be told. We need to be leaders and implement it ourselves. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Truth Tonics, followed by Robert Quillowitz, followed by Robert. Truth Tonics, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Hey, it's Truth Tonics, proudly known for exposing corrupt politicians in multiple jurisdictions at simultaneous times. Words that come to mind: corrupt, devoid of ethics, and full of conflict of interest. It seems like this council's been taking its cues from the corrupt county, who's also pursuing extended term limits to crown themselves king. The county's using the word transparency to sell their lies, while Chula Vista wants to use the word ethics to sell its lies. No coincidences. We know it's the union campaign funders behind all of this cartel-like attempt at permanent dictatorship. But you know what County Supervisor Terla, abusing her power, recently said? She said extended term limits are not a hill worth dying on. Caesar, it's not your job to worry about what future councils will do, nor about ensuring that some fat cat union puppet can move into Chula Vista and then infiltrate its council to live high on the hog while fulfilling their personal political agenda of constant union kickback. In their right mind believes this 9% raise plus a 5% to make over $100,000 for a part that other council members in other cities frankly do way better. Because let's look at this council's current performance. Carolina can't even show up to a meeting on time. She's been up to 30 minutes late at SANDAG meetings while her poor slave Jerry has to wait around for her. She's late to 98% of every meeting I've seen her at. Caesar's been too busy on Facebook spying on what's going on in Imperial Beach. Why don't you mind your own business and quit worrying about how your corrupt union puppet buddy, Matthew Drunkard Leyva Gonzalez, is going to lose his drunk bid for mayor? That's another Building Construction Trades Council Leona loser who refused to even file statements of economic interest. And Cesar, Carolina, and Zunza even walked out of a meeting just because they didn't like somebody who died. Pathetic and shameful. And Jose, I've seen you be helpful, and I've also seen you throw hissy fits complete with name-calling. This council on the whole is subpar at best and totally corrupt, including morally corrupt at worst. The only one who actually puts in any real work while serving the country is John. So I'm going to agree with the cost of this is an attempt at theft of public tax dollars, and specifically, it's an attempt at stealing money by union puppets. Question: what would not be funded if this passes? What projects would be canceled? What agency would be underfunded? Would the city consider cutting all district staffers? Would Carolina get rid of Jerry, who worked harder than her? Would the city consider ending all project labor agreements in exchange for a higher salary? No, you wouldn't do that, would you? Question 2, how many drug addicts will they try and pay in cigarettes, drugs, or a few bucks to vote yes on this fraud come November? We know that's how you get what you want. That's the only way, because no regular person supports this. But you know what? Thank you, corrupt council, minus John, of course, for unifying the people against dictators. And for the record, I love the colorful city council signs. I'd rather give a 59% salary raise to the artist or AI who designed that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Quillowitz, followed by Leonel Urquidez. Robert Quillowitz, you are unmuted and can proceed with your comments, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Bob Krylowitz. Thanks for the opportunity to talk this evening. So this is about, of course, the ballot initiative. And at the last meeting, the mayor made an excellent point. He asked, what problem are we trying to solve with this? And I thought that was really a good question. And the answer, at least in part, was to enable the council to be more proactive, which is really an admirable goal. I mean, proactivity is very, very important. But in my opinion, I don't see how, almost doubling the salary and extending terms really is going to help with being more proactive. I don't see the through line there. As a matter of fact, I would say maybe, and not that I'm supporting this, obviously, but doing a full-time job would be something that might actually be more beneficial. So, proactivity is a almost daily management discipline, and involving institutionalizing strategic planning and using root cause analysis and continuous feedback processes. And I would recommend before we just say, oh, we're going to improve proactivity, to do a deep dive and say, what's happening today? Why are we not able to be proactive today? And look and see if the things that this initiative has will actually improve our opportunities to be proactive in the future. I'm not sure, but my guess is it's probably not going to be the thing to do that's going to help out. So I would say, instead of jumping, let's go ahead and try to see what we're trying to accomplish, that goal that we're trying to achieve, and draw a line from that to this initiative. And I'm not sure, but I don't think that's been done. And we should surely do that before we move forward with this. So I am definitely not in favor of it. So that's all I think I have for today. I will say, if you look at the national trends, this is a little bit of an obvious point, but look what's happening with term limits. The nation's probably learning a different message, right? With the Supreme Court and Congress and senators and stuff like that. Instead of going that direction, really, we should be probably going the other direction. So, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening, and have a great one.
There are 4 remaining remote callers. The next caller is Robert, followed by Leonel Urquidez, followed by Harry Orgavan. Robert, you've been unmuted, and you can proceed with your comments, please.
Hello. Hello, everybody in the audience. How we doing tonight? Talk about everybody showing up. This is what community engagement looks like. Not that you would ask the council members to reflect on what community engagement they sought after. They sought after to fast track this and get it passed with 13 different things. And go figure, Board of Ethics wants to support the community. And you know who appointed those members on the Board of Ethics? Oh, you guys did, right? So you're gonna appoint someone and then not take their advice for the position you appointed to give advice on? I love it. How about charter review, right? Charter review is meant for reviewing these charter things, yet last meeting was canceled. Where is the outreach to that board commission? What absolute plan? Because I think the plan was just to upset everybody. That's what the ultimate goal was. I mean, at this point, we know Nzunza doesn't support the. Yeah, stole your thunder, right? Oh, you don't get to say it now. How about Linda Fernandez, right? I'm going to bring in the mayor, actually. Let's just do it. Let's get everything out in the air real quick. How much did they donate to you, Mr. Mayor? $22,950 from the CBPOA. Chavez, how much did the POA give you? The same amount? Oh, the fire department also donated to you, right? Yeah, I think I posted that information 2 days ago. But, maybe the people in the public didn't know that. And we want to make sure that they have enough information to then hold you accountable for what you guys are doing, right? The best part about transparency and Truth was here again. Thank you, Truth. You're always coming in. Is now you have a group of us that are getting together and actually caring. And no amount of money can shut us up because we're not paid to do this. So it's an ultimate come here, get my voice heard, show it to the world, and then remind them that 4 members of this council thought it was a good idea to continue to hear tonight. 4 of them. Only one person opposed pretty much from the start, even though I would still bring up the CVPOA stuff. Like I said, I think a lot of the members tonight that have already spoken before me have kind of shed light on the procedural errors. You want me to follow your public comment rules, but you guys can't even follow the rules, right? You guys set in
Your
our
allotted
own
time has
policy
concluded.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Am I muted?
The next speaker, Gutierrez, followed by Harry Orgavan. Consuelo Hinken is the final speaker. We believe you registered, or you still want to? You can visit our deputy city clerk in the back. You've been unmuted, and you can proceed with your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can proceed with your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Leonardo Ortiz. I'm a member of Local 89. I have lived and worked in this community for 20 years. I'm here to support the ethics rules in this measure. This measure creates a real ethics commission. It can investigate complaints. It can audit audits. This means complaints about elected officials will be checked, not ignored. This protects everyone in our city. I also support the new rule. Officials cannot become lobbyists for 1 year. Not have lobbyists speaking for us. It should be public. I want to give strong support to the 3 limit. It takes time to learn the budget. It takes time to build resilience. The city staff and outside make more decisions. Voters did not elect them. Turn up, but bad leaders 3 terms does not take the power from the voters. It gives power back to. If a council member is doing a good job, able to keep them. If they are not doing a good job, we can vote them out. That choice should be ours at every election. I'm asking you to move this measure forward. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Harry Orgavan, followed by Consuelo Hinken. Harry Orgavan, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments.
Hi, thank you, everyone, and I especially want to thank the city clerk's office. I admire so much that particular department of the city. They are very helpful, and they are always willing to help their citizens. First of all, I want to tell you, if we give people higher wages, doesn't that mean higher retirement packages? Yes. And I agree with those speakers who would ask you to pause and you not to approve this charter amendment ballot proposition. I don't want the representative council to be full-time. The reason is many talented individuals would be eliminated from the opportunity to be a community representative. So I'm asking amendment, no extension and no special favors for individual entities or representatives. When I listen to the comments of those who are representing Union, I believe it's 89, they seem to think that extending people who think like them will gain them better access to being able to represent the community. But I truly think that allows them to have more power. I would encourage our city attorney to look at this type of representation holding us open to litigation. But again, I want to thank all the representatives, because I know it's hard to be through a night of listening to your citizens. And I think you do a great job in that respect, all of you. And God bless you all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Consuelo Hinken. We've had 2 additional remote speakers join us. Following Consuelo Hinken will be Alfredo Alvarez and then Paul Hinken. Consuelo Hinken, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments now. Consuelo Hinken, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments. Please make sure that you're...
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And before you start my time, Clerk, I just wanted to say how during, for consent, we were cheated out of our time to speak. And yeah, just wanted to run that by you guys. Okay, so as far as this item, Consuelo here, yeah, so wow, this is some major political theater, you know, brought to us by both sides, and I am for the truth and not either side. I see through the smoke and mirrors, and this is totally brought to us by the left, the right, and we can't forget our good old local media that carries out the propaganda. And I just urge and encourage you all, everybody listening in, to just see past what they are not telling you, showing you, wanting you to know. Yeah, it's always a side, right? But yeah, this is, we're in belief, or we're thinking that they're trying to unite us. And I couldn't be further from what's happening. But it is good to see people showing up. And it's just a little, these meetings for the city council. But now that you guys have virtual, I will encourage more of my neighbors to participate, because we all have to be paying attention and holding all of you accountable. With that being said, back to my speech. Okay, so unfortunately, there's plenty of corruption, fraud, and conflicts of interest within our county and among its politicians. It's a sad reality that basic infrastructure needs, like air conditioning for the city's animal shelter, continue to go unmet. Yet these greedy board members keep coming back to their constituents wanting more from us. I mean, and the solution, it's like that, right? It always seems to be more taxes, more spending, and bigger budgets instead of greater accountability. Too many too many selected officials are more engaged and fully committed to climbing the political ladder rather than actually fulfilling their campaign promises they made to the people. It's always just lip service. They tell us what we want to hear during the election season, and once they're in, it's like adios. So it's just not just our city, it's the county, it's that Sandag. Gosh, if you guys get really upset at these meetings, your heads would explode at the county meetings and Sandag meetings, because holy moly, there's so much corruption, conflicts of interest, and it's just, they just they could care less about who they claim to work. So with that being said, the number of struggling families continue to grow. Mental health is following suit, and more people are simply trying to survive. That's why they don't show up at these meetings, as someone stated earlier. Yet instead of addressing the root cause of these problems, we're often told
Your
to
allotted
accept
time has
more
concluded.
spending. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank
A
you
lot.
for bringing to our attention that the consent calendar, we do have you registered on 4 additional items, and we'll call you, and we'll also reach out to you individually to make sure that we've addressed your concern. The next speaker is Alfredo Alvarez, followed by Paul Hinken. Alfredo Alvarez, you've been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, City of Chula Vista leadership. I just want to say, so I'm going to have a different vibration than everybody else, I think. First, I want to say thank you for your service to our community. You guys have been working, you guys and gals have been working very hard, and y'all are appreciated by me and my family. So I want to start off with saying that I think our city leaders are doing a very great job. In fact, I mean, I want to be humble in this, and that I'm grateful that we don't have, it's on the news all the time. City of San Diego, they got this problem, that problem. 45-minute for Category 1 response times. So many unfortunate things that happen at the City of San Diego. I'm so grateful that our leadership in Chula Vista has done such a great job with our growth, with our safety. There's just so many things that our leadership has done well, and I want to say thank you and kudos. With that said as well, I'm actually in favor of this change that's being proposed. People are saying that it's a big increase in salary, but you know what though? Like, I'm just gonna say, like how I feel about like these people, like official and be part-time. You just can't. Showing me some pictures of the mayor's wife and like corrupted and this and that. I mean, I don't know, family attack like that. Like, you're not part-time. There is no part-time when every part of your life can possibly be researched, brought up, whatever thrown in your face. Like, you're not part-time. You are full-time. Your salary overtime exempt, and so I don't know what the audience is. That's barely making it in Chula Vista. You're barely making it on it. I think that's they call it the new 50,000. Like $100,000 doesn't get you as far as it used to. And I'm sorry, I don't want my leadership that's doing a great job to be living in poverty. I don't want them to be living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, but that's really what $100,000 is in Chula Vista. I mean, at $100,000, I mean, you are priced out of the market in Chula Vista. You cannot buy a house with a $100,000 salary. So I don't know why people are so upset, and a good job as well. And, we want the best
Your
elected
allotted time
leaders.
has concluded.
You know, we don't want it just to be billionaires and retired people in this city. We want good quality.
Thank you for
leaders,
your
which we do
comments. Your
have, and
time
I wanna
has
keep them.
concluded.
Thank you very much.
The final speaker under this item is Paul Hinken. Paul Hinken, your line has been unmuted. You can proceed with your comments.
Paul Henkin, good evening, Paul. This is the same sort of stuff that the County Board of Supervisors is trying to do to us. It's a scam there and an even more expensive scam here, since the City Council wants a huge raise for doing just a part-time job. The charter should not be used, by the way, for a bunch of specific procedures which can't be changed until the next primary or general election. For that, you want flexibility, not to have to tell the aggrieved employee, well, you'll have to wait 6 months until the next election. A city charter, like a constitution, is for fundamentals, not day-to-day specifics. And this is really 13 separate amendments. Would you combine this in one agenda item? No. The Brown Act would forbid it. Quick rundown. Section 300. Same self-serving BS as the county. Increase their own terms in office from a 2-term limit to a 3-term limit. We elected them for 2 terms. They should honor our vote. Section 302. The city council wants a huge salary increase. 59%, when most of us are lucky if we get the cost of living. And why is the salary tied to a judge's salary? And by the way, I'm sure there would, or now will, be a lot of pressure for similar raises from the city clerk on down. Section 313, 2 reshaped committees, a budget, government accountability, and efficiency committee, and the public safety and traffic committee. Both will have 2 council members and other members who may or may not be professionals to guide their discussion. Both will cost a lot of more money. And to be honest, I don't see why we even need a public safety commission. Section 602 may not be fired for any reason. Not. So, really. Section 60, subsection 4, the salary section, and section 6 establishes the ethics. Whose ethics? Section 609 limits the salary setting commission to
Your allotted time has concluded.
6 people. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers. That concludes the speakers registered on this item.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers, and I know it's a long night, but I think hopefully we can push through very rapidly here. As a Navy veteran, I had the privilege of learning what true leadership is and what it means through military service. One of the greatest lessons I learned is that leadership is first and foremost an act of service. That principle applies not just to the military, but also to civilian leadership. When someone chooses to run for city council, they understand the responsibilities, the time commitment, and the compensation before they ever ask the community for its vote. If they are elected, they should accept those meant to serve. And help a community thrive by a genuine commitment to the community, expectation of a larger paycheck. Leadership is not, it is measured by vision, humility, and a willingness to put constituents first. Public office is trust, and that trust carries ability to keep community at the center of every decision. Now, I want to update the record. The proposed salary increase for city council members is above 59%. It's actually 70%. Plus, there would be substantial additional costs when you include pensions and other benefits. Council pay would increase from $65,000 to $110,000 for a part-time position. Second, I want to share something that has weighed heavily on me. Recently, I met with a representative from the labor union supporting the ballot measure. At the meeting, I was informed that if I support on the election in November, I would not fund my opponent a campaign for re-election. They pointed out that a pay increase in the measure was not only for city council and city attorney, but also for the mayor, and it would financially benefit me. I declined to vote for the salary increase for the council members, the mayor, and city attorney, increase and for the term limits for the mayor and city council. Now, if that means they will oppose my reelection, then so be it. I did not run for this office for a paycheck. I ran for mayor because I want to serve the city of Chula Vista. Let me absolutely be clear. I do not trade my vote for campaign support. I will not vote for a pay raise in exchange for political support. I was elected to represent the people of Chula Vista and not special interests.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Insulta?
I also will not support a measure by special interest group that had zero public input. The proposal has generated a great deal of concern throughout the community. I appreciate everyone who came tonight, everyone who sent emails, and everyone who has taken the time to speak up. As you know, the Charter Review Commission has never even looked at the 13 charter amendments. And there was never even a plan to have the Ethics Commission look at the ethics reforms. And we had then a ethics chairman come here and tell us that he opposed it and that this was wrong the way we did it, or they did it. Tonight we are again being asked to place 13 separate amendments into one bundled ballot measure. These proposals including extending the term limits of elected officials, the salaries, again, of a 70% increase to $110,000, creating new commissions, changing labor negotiations, changing contracting rules, and much more. These are major changes. They should be debated at one at a time, not bundled together. Even as the process, there was full community out. The Charter Review, again, the very group created to review charter changes did not have the opportunity to do its job. The Board of Ethics was able to weigh in, but only last minute. They had to have a special meeting. And residents have not had enough time to understand what is being proposed. They have a public meeting on this. This is our deserve transparency. This proposal asks, again, vote for something that has so many different non-related items in it. For those reasons, as you know, I cannot support this measure. And to go back to last city council meeting, during the July 14th council meeting, I made the motion to remove the salary increases for the city council, the mayor, and the city attorney. It failed because I had a lack of a second. There was no one else who supported me in removing those salary increases. Now, because of your, and I appreciate everybody coming out, therefore I'm going to try it again. I will make the motion to remove the salary increases for the city council, mayor, and city attorney. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Yes, we have a motion and a second. What I'm going to do is we have a whole bunch of different items, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give the member from District 4 to talk about it. Right now, if we can keep the discussion solely on.
Well, I want to start the comment that we didn't second you. I think that I called for a robust discussion, and it's totally your prerogative to jump in there first, make your speech, and give your motion, but I'm not going to vote for that if we don't have a robust discussion about that. And that's it. Now, I want to say that over the course of the past week, I've definitely went to residents in District 4 that I met along the campaign trail. I also, and I'll say that I don't particular media outlet their full answer, which is, if we're to make tough decisions, repairs, vacations, what have we have to tighten the belt here at City Hall. Even though we have a balanced budget, this is the Chula Vista's decade, as the mayor likes to say, we see counties around us, cities around us having trouble. And I don't want to be that. And so to ask City Hall for more, we can't do that at this time. And so that's why I second this motion. I believe you called for no compensation increases for city council, mayor, and city attorney. I support that.
Correct. Does the member from District 1 want to speak specifically on the salary increases? District 3.
Thank you, everyone. I want to thank all of you for being here. As much as you feel that this might be discerning for us because of everything that's been put out on the media and social media, I really want you to understand that I'm happy that you're all here, should be here. A lot of misinformation put out by inflammatory groups, interviews, things that are really getting under the skin of people. And it should get under your skin because what's happening is wrong. A lot of you are getting information, and what was put out in the media originally gave residents the impression that we already voted to put this measure on the ballot. What happened over the course of the last week was not any action item to put anything on the ballot. It was simply my colleagues asking for the city today to see if this labor union or that one can be included. It was different aspects. It doesn't mean by any means that any of us supported or not supported the measure in its totality or not at all. And something I want to explain to you is we are a very, very heterogeneous group of an elected body. Take out the partisanship for a second. We vary on so many issues against raising taxes, new police, all the things that I've been fighting in this group. And right now, I'm not even asking you to give me personally the benefit of the doubt. But what I am asking is, and judge me on my actions. What I am telling you today is what I've said in multiple sources and media is I absolutely am opposed to any 70% pay raise for us doing nothing more. I'm absolutely against that. Now, there's a lot of you that are saying things to the effect, and 1,000 people soon is, maybe we should, in the future, maybe we should consider, Mr. Stuckey, full-time councilman. This is a city that's growing really fast. Now, and I do agree with those things. And what would that mean? That would mean all of us would have to leave our day jobs and commit ourselves full-time into serving the city of Chula Vista. Yes. But to receive 70% pay raise for doing the exact same amount of work is absurd. And I'm adamantly against that, and I've always been. Now, there are a lot of things on this measure that I disagree with. Some I understand. There are lobbying efforts that we need to tighten up to make sure we're not having bribery scandals or pay to play or any things that plague and corrupt city council. There are a lot of components of this measure I do agree with. And there's some that I just absolutely don't at all. Let me tell you a little bit of my background for a second. I'm the only one up here to the, and we keep making reference to the Charter Review Commission to give them the ability to go through this, to give the public the ability to have community meetings, have public forums, every member of this audience to weigh in on how we feel. Now, I don't think that should happen next week or next month. That should happen over the course of the next year so we do it correctly. If there's a will of the people to really consider, you said this openly, term. But that's not our decision to make from the public, and it should be done with the auspice of listening to our volunteer Board of Ethics members and our Charter Review Commission. Now, I was on the Charter Review Commission 2 years I was elected. I served 5 years as a volunteer. In fact, in 2022, overwhelmingly approved the changes to our Charter Commission. If you guys remember voting on that, I was one of the principal authors. And over the course of almost 2 years, I met with my colleagues and volunteered, and I helped rewrite. I was one of the main authors. I helped rewrite our decades-old Charter Commission that was approved by the residents. I know what it means
to say we're talking about the salaries. If we want to make sure that we're
Mr. Mayor, hold on. Thank you. I appreciate. I've given you guys to hear me out. I appreciate it. So the idea is, I want to ensure the public. I think it's what you want to hear. I'm absolutely. Thank you, sir. I'm absolutely against is to give the ability for the in the Charter Review Commission substitute motion is for this council to send this, let them weigh in on this. A substitute motion to take their time, whether this is 3 months, 6 months, or an entire year. I want to be completely open. I want to be completely transparent and allow the residents to weigh in. So I am officially making a substitute motion, this city council, to send this to the Ethics Commission and the Charter Review Commission.
I'll second the motion.
So I would, okay, hold on. So let's go ahead and have, the motion on the floor was by the Councilmember Fernandez to essentially stop the increase in salaries. And I know, and I basically said that I would allow people and yield my time to be able to talk specifically on that. I do think we're going to be able to talk about other items, but I would basically think that we need to have the original vote on just the salaries first.
Point of order. We have a second substitute motion, sir.
But what I'm asking
Okay.
is November.
I'm sorry. We can't do that. I apologize. You'll be able to. So I do not support the substitute motion. Are there people who will?
We'd like to speak on our motion.
Yes, go ahead and speak.
Are you?
Yeah, I'll speak to it and I'll allow you to take over. This is to completely remove any November ballot. That's what this is. At the same time, it's allowing the city council to send it to the Charter Review Commission and excuse me, whether we want the public to weigh in, but the main focus of this is the ballot measure in November. Thank you. Councilman?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to share a few to support the referral to the refer everything, since these are all charter amendments, that they go and be considered. I don't expect that anything will be late, and so the runway is wide. Other issues that I'm interested in, we'll make future referrals to consider charter amendments. But at this time, I think what is proper is for this second, this amended motion to basically refer the entire proposal that was received to the charter review or charter, I don't know the exact name of it, review commission. I would like to make a couple of statements are appropriate. In this council, I was supported, and rightfully so, by my entire community. And it includes my deep and complete support and understanding for the labor community. Labor's 89 is an excellent organization led by Val Macedo, and they support me. They allow support me. Look at my public records. They're all posted there. I don't hide anybody who's made a contribution to me is posted, available to the public in accordance with election laws. And I know one of them was back there. He lost to us in the last election, and that's neither here nor there. Right now, today, I'm here because I represent District 2. And I continue to represent District 2, even if Mr. Razzo puts up signs calling for my impeachment and does so without even signing them, that they're from him. But, you know, he's very proud when he's caught putting them up in the public right away. But that's okay. I will continue to represent District 2. I will continue to represent everyone who's supported me and voted for me. Now, on June 16th, when this first aired, I indicated that I had no interest in a full-time position at the City Council. And I'm running again for a part-time position. And I put in the time, and as well as my colleague, my community, state. I guess I do want to say that sometimes I'm not able to be here, and hopefully next week you'll see publicly why I wasn't here last week. But even then, I can be chided by anyone. It doesn't matter. What really matters is my record. My record of support and achievement and representation for my community is, I invite all of you to look at it and review it. And if you have a problem with it, tell me. But with this particular matter, it is our responsibility as a council to review these things that are received. And we have a responsibility to look at them, to have them vetted, to have them reviewed. And we are entitled, if we wish, if we believe this is the best thing for our community, we can put it on the ballot. We are entrusted with that responsibility. The commission is an advisory commission to this council. We are the deciding body that we're elected. We're elected, and none of us here have been removed from office. We are all ethically centered here. I just want to be clear. So, with that, I hope we can call a vote unless others want to speak about putting this matter before the voters. But I appreciate Councilman Inzunza's work to bring this alternative point of view. And I am seconding the motion because I believe it is the proper course at this time. And hopefully we can have a vote to move on with city business.
Councilmember, if I may, you alluded to the appropriate commission to refer this to, and in my opinion, I think this is generally within the wheelhouse of our Charter Review Commission. That is the body that the city has formed to make recommendations to the City Council regarding potential charter amendments.
As a friendly amendment, I would second the friendly amendment to focus it on the Charter Review Commission.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney, the intent then is with the Charter Review Commission. And for the clarity, this is not an amendment to the original motion. This is a completely substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inzunza.
And just one more point. I mean, that's not, that doesn't foreclose the ability of the Board of Ethics to make recommendations regarding ethic-related reforms. But in this particular case, based on what I'm hearing from the dais, it seems like the appropriate body would be the Charter Review Commission initially. Thank you.
Well, wow. I've seen, I hope everybody goes back and actually looks at the July 14th meeting from last week. I went ahead and made the motion to get rid of the salaries, and obviously a change of position, and some people have found relief, but you are the ones who have created that relief. So I also made a motion to the Ethics Commission and the Charter Review Commission to actually look at this. I personally think we should just reject the whole thing. And the reality is that these initiatives should come from people. And it should be a robust discussion. And I thought it was interesting that somebody said that, well, I didn't second it because we didn't have a discussion on it. And it's like, we haven't had a robust discussion on the entire measures, you know. And the reality also is, if we are going to push it to the charter review and ethics, yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. But the idea that we see people who are still looking to have a permanent, a part-time position as a council city in the entire county that has full-time council members, and that is the city of San Diego. And people, they essentially are larger than us, that we on the radar. So I continue to be opposed to having full-time salaries, and I will not support that. And I've been consistent, and that was one of the messages of last meeting, and I was the only one who supported that. So I hope you guys go back, and all you have to do is look at the meeting. It's on video, and you can get the facts. I will go ahead and recognize the member from District 4.
Thank you. And so
Did you?
I want to address the fact that this whole process for me has been to earnestly and honestly consider this proposal and all its aspects, because that is what we were. Now, if you were here, heard me speak, what I said was, if we're going to consider raises, they should be modest and thoughtful, not necessarily what's written on this proposal. I also spoke about the current rate does not encourage working class people to run. Accessibility to this position in the past has largely been financially independent. Working class people have not, a lot of working class people have not sat in this position. Please understand that two things can be true: position, and I don't believe in asking for those two things can be true. I hope that logic is not lost on you. And so I also wanted to, I'm glad that you brought up your absence. I know, speaking on your personal business, that it was a serious reason you were not here. You wanted to be here, but I appreciate it. Now, I cannot support this because I would like to go back on the record that we are eliminating conflict across the board. Thank you.
I will go ahead and recognize the member from District, and you will have the ability to, whether we vote on eliminating the salaries, because again, I think even if we do put it back to the charter review and the ethics committee, that we should fully eliminate any opportunity to increase the salaries.
I think I was eliminated from the queue when you gave it to Michael, D1, D3. I just want to say, you know, it's been an honor of a lifetime to serve my community as a child. I'd never in a million years thought I would have this opportunity. When this was brought to us, we didn't ask for a raise. I want to make that clear. We didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that. So I wanted to.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
Yeah.
I would like for you to invite the gallery to be We're not in a debate anymore or at all. I would hope that all of us,
Yes. Yes, I appreciate that. Everyone, if you could please.
Thank you. And I mention it, and this is what I'd love to see, being vocal, addressing concerns every single constituent. I personally believe that the right course of action is to remove every provision relating to the compensation of elected officials from this proposed charter measure, because it's the right thing to do. And with that out of the way, I was going to speak to the motion that the mayor made initially to take it separately. And if I can still, talk a little bit about this, I believe in the first motion was the right motion to take it separately and talk and have this discussion. But I will say this clear, and this is not on the dais. I've had several members of the community ask me, and I said, I didn't ask for a raise. So let's get that out of the way and let's be clear. I am supporting the first motion because it's the right thing to do, to have a discussion, and that is going to be what I'm going to be voting for.
Okay. So following the rules, we do have an alternate motion that has a motion and a second. So that would be the first one we would vote on. And then when it comes back, I will make my original motion to eliminate the salary increases. So Madam Clerk, if you can please read the alternate motion.
Yes, and if I can please confirm with the maker of the motion and the seconder that the substitute motion as amended is to take no action to place the measure on the November 2026 ballot and to refer the proposed charter amendments to the Charter Review Commission with a report to return to the City Council at a future date. Did I capture that correctly?
Correct, but I'm not asking whether it's 3, 6 months, or a year. The public, we have public forums and the public and get a good understanding means. Thank you.
Thank you. We will set up the voting.
Please vote. The item carries 4-1 with Member Fernandez opposing it. I will now go ahead and remake a motion that the current referral of the ballot initiative, whether it was passed today or sent back down to the boards or the Charter Review Commission and the Ethics Commission, will not include and will not be reviewed as increasing salaries for the mayor, the city attorney, and the council members. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Madam, please vote.
In the queue, Mr. Mayor?
Who was the second?
I will recognize the member from District 3.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's some a little ambiguous language in your motion. If you can clarify for the public, are you saying that you don't want to consider or even give the public or their charter review consideration in the future, whether it's 1, 2, 3 years, if possible, having the city council serve full time and leave their day jobs? Or are you just saying of not giving them a 70% pay raise if they remain part-time? Those are two very specific, different things. I hope you can provide clarity for us.
I would say both. We should keep our council members part-time, and we do not need to give 70% raise council and future raise that isn't tied to the system right now should not be considered with this referral. The member from District 1, do you want to talk on this again?
I think I'm going to be supporting him. I'm not gonna
Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could please.
Yes, if I can clarify this motion for the record. So the prior vote was to take no action to place the measure on the November 2026 ballot and to refer the proposed charter amendments to the Charter Review Commission. And this motion then is to remove salary considerations for all of the elected positions from that proposal that's being referred to the Charter Review Commission. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct, as well as the change in looking at potentially having part or full-time council members included in that referral.
That sounds a little ambiguous, Madam City Clerk. You can clarify that?
So the proposed charter amendments then that would be referred to the Charter Commission pursuant to the previous vote that just took place, the proposal that would be provided to the Charter Review Commission would be the proposed charter amendments as they are, although removing any changes to salaries and also removing the requirement for a council member or a statement that the council members as to their full-time or part-time status, removing that from the proposed.
Should remain part-time.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just seek further clarification. So the existing measure as drafted or as proposed does not propose any changes to the part-time or full-time consideration of the city council. So that was never included in this measure as currently proposed?
This is providing direction to the Charter Review Commission and the Ethics Commission that we don't want them to come back with salary increases or looking at having full-time city council members.
I think you can that direction, and I think that's fine. It does prohibit them from discussing that at the council in the charter reviewing a proposed full-time city council members. But just so we're clear, it doesn't prohibit them from on their own looking into that issue. So I just want to make that clear, Mr. Mayor.
So point of clarification,
yes.
Mr. City Attorney, so that means that no matter what we say, we cannot mandate to take in consideration part-time pay or give the opportunity in the future, 1-2 years, as our cities grow, for the charter review to amend a full-time count in another job. So we can't prevent that, Attorney?
Yes, they're an advisory body, so I mean they could recommend whatever the Charter Review Commission sees fit. But you can, as a city council, give them direction that the city is interested in that, and what anybody would do in that situation, right? They can consider maybe it's a waste of their time to discuss something that the council's already opined on, but the council can't prohibit them from looking into an issue.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, first I would ask that the member from District 3 be able to put in his speaking option and not just keep jumping in. We need to have respect for the process. The residents out here have had respect for the process, and you also need to have respect for the process. I will now recognize the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For further clarification on the compensation-related sections, I note those to be section related to councilmember compensation, 304 related to compensation for the mayor, section 503 for city attorney compensation, section 609 establishing a salary setting commission, and then modifications to 602 to remove reference to the salary setting commission.
Yes, thank you.
Just wanted to make a clear motion to remove any provision relating to compensation a couple of decades. So I don't know why we can't clear.
I don't know if we.
I'm struggling why we are not having it clear.
I just say I think, Madam Clerk, you have clear direction on the motion, correct?
So if I can just the record to ensure that we properly. So this is with respect to that the City Council is not interested in the Charter Review Commission time or part-time status of salary consideration to elected officials. Is that correct?
Read that one more time.
That the City Council is clarifying that the City Council is not interested in the Charter Review Commission making any proposals that would change the full-time or part-time status of City Council members, and also not consider salaries, make any recommendations related to elected officials.
Perfect. Go ahead and set the vote. It is approved 4-1 with Michael Nzunza opposing. Well, you know what? I would hope, I think we all need a little bit of a break. So we're going to take 6 minutes, but I would very much enjoy if anybody can stay around for the appointments of the boards and commissions if you're
City Attorney. I'm coming.
We should have. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to action 3. Madam City Manager, do we have a presentation on this item?
There is a presentation from the city clerk. Thank you.
Okay, please provide the presentation.
Thank you. This is item 7.3 regarding seat designations for the newly created district-nominated seats on certain boards and commissions. I do have a presentation prepared and available for the City Council if you'd like to hear it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
In the audience, if you want to talk, go ahead, and if you could just go out, we're going to start the next item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. As I mentioned, this item is designations for newly created district-nominated seats on certain boards and commissions. The recommended action for this item is to consider my recommended assignments for seats to these commissions that have recently changed formats that now have a district-nominated seat for each city council district on each of the commissions that are listed here on the screen. The City Council adopted this ordinance adding district-nominated seats in May. It went into effect in June, and the seats, it's important to note, on each of these commissions don't have residency requirements except for the Traffic Safety Commission. So the seats then would be, for those seats that are designated as City Council district-nominated seats, the City Council members could nominate anyone subject to the primary regulations in the municipal. Those persons generally have to be city residents and 18 years of age or older if they are in voting seats. For the Traffic Safety Commission, they would have to reside in the corresponding district of that council member making the nomination. So the municipal code requires that the city clerk, when there are changes like this to existing boards and commissions that have seated members on them, the city clerk then is required to review the composition of each commission that's being affected and provide revised seat recommendations to the city council for consideration. It's specified in the municipal code that the intent is to avoid disruption or minimize disruption to the commission's seats are being changed. So I did review the current membership of each of the 5 commissions, prioritizing vacant seats, soon to be vacant seat, current representation. To avoid where there was more than one option, I did drawing on July 5th to resolve those different options. The affected commissioners were invited to come and observe the random drawing that was held on July 1st. To give an example, if there were no representatives on the seated commission in Districts 1 or District 2, and there was one vacant seat, I would put District 1 and District 2 in a hat and draw one of the districts out of the hat to determine which district would be assigned that vacant seat, thereby giving that council member an earlier opportunity potentially to nominate someone for that particular commission. For brevity, I have more fully explained the methodology that was used to make the recommendations in the staff report. I'm happy to expand on those if the City Council has any questions. It was a bit of a lengthy process to get there, but I'm happy to answer any questions or expand if that's desired. To note, the reassigned members will all retain their current terms and their current expiration dates. The reassignment doesn't extend anybody's term or allows anybody to serve any more term they would otherwise be allowed to. The exception there is the Traffic Safety Commission. So those members on the Traffic Safety Commission are required to reside in the district that correlates to who makes the nomination. For the currently seated members, they would in any case be allowed to fulfill the remainder of their current terms. For that commission in particular, the two members who are being recommended for assignment to the two districts that are not currently and wouldn't be eligible to serve another term to serve until their term ended, the corresponding council member would need to nominate someone in that council district. So the recommendation is to adopt the presented to the city council, the members, some vacant seats to nominated seats. They're presented here on the board, which is probably hard for people to read. They're also available in the staff report and on the agenda. And I'm happy to answer any questions or go into more detail as the council desires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. We have 3 in-person speakers and 2 remote speakers. We'll go ahead and start with the in-person speakers. It will be John Acosta, followed by Martin Calvo, followed by Tim D.
And I'm not seeing John Acosta. With that, we'll move to Martin Calvo.
Good evening again. My name is Martin Calvo. I'm the chairperson for the Parks and Recs Commission. And I just wanted to let you know that our work has become very difficult because we have 3 vacancies, and it's become difficult, and sometimes we don't have a quorum, and meetings have to be postponed or a special meeting. My understanding when asked what's going on is that we were waiting for this process to take its place, and if that's the case, I would hope that you would adopt a resolution so that we could have our vacancies filled.
Bless you.
We have, bless you, we have 1 member that graciously agreed to continue serving as a holdover. It's been a year now for this particular member of our commission. And then we have another 2 that just got termed out. And so I would hope that if this is what's holding up some of the people that already volunteered, we have 1 volunteer who's been waiting for 9 months to get approval, that either this be adopted so that we can move forward and having our vacancies filled, or that somehow you can give guidance to staff that they could go ahead and at least appoint this 1 member has been waiting for 9 months. So thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is Tim D., followed by our remote public speakers, Robert and Consuelo Hankins. Tim D. I don't see him in the chambers. We'll move our remote public callers. Our first remote public caller is Robert.
Robert, you are unmuted and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Yeah, the importance of this item is that in going to boards and commissions and other meetings, the city has actually, kind of held up certain members from being released from their duties. And it's causing a lot of even conflicts because they're having trouble even getting quorums. And then if they can't get new members, it causes more issues with any of their meetings outside where they do their little subcommittees. And so it's super important that we push through, not without listening to the public and anything like any suggestions that you may have tonight as council members. But it's really important that we finish this because it's holding up all of the boards and commissions. And you know, if someone hasn't said, I think the previous commenter was talking about that exact situation of how people are not getting appointed, or at least in some case because stay until their appointment can happen. And I just encourage finish what it's and get back to business, right? I'm super happy to see the public show up tonight. I encourage more people to call if you're busy, and we need to give everybody equal opportunity to have their voice heard. I still really don't like that I don't know how much time I have. There's a couple other issues that I'm working with city clerk and everyone to make sure that the public is being heard and that we work through this. I want to thank the city clerk for what they do. At the same time, the council is the one who has all of these appointments, and we need to get these appointments done so that we can continue to operate as their policy is to do. So please consider a lot of these holdups when you're thinking about your vote tonight. Please also make any recommendations that you may have if you do have recommendations, and let's move forward as a city, right? You know, at this point, I can't say I'm against everything. I'm here to support everybody in the boards and commissions, and I think that it's appropriate that we move forward with things and to work in condition. So, yeah, I just don't know how much time I have, so I'm just going to rant. Could you please stop me from not being on? Hey, I'll wait to you guys. You guys see me? Bye. Oh. All right. Everybody was laughing, so.
Your speaking time has concluded. The final remote caller is Consuelo Hankins. You have been unmuted. Please continue with your comment.
Hey, Consuelo here. And yeah, thank you to Rob, you know, just exposing what needs to be exposed and show to the people left. I'm sure the audience, people in it, and that's what's wrong with our system. I'm just chiming in, the privy to this item and what's going on. I am going to start chiming in. There's more, you know, you guys got the virtual thing happening, and I appreciate that. Definitely needs to be polished. Also, to just for the last item, I know I'm not on topic, I'm sorry, but just for the last item, if you guys have like 1,000 speakers, like just start calling like 5 people at a time, like to be in the front row. That way they're not walking in from everywhere. But yeah, I mean, all in all, like I said, I don't know much about this item, but I do plan on starting to pay attention to what's happening in Chula Vista. And it's, again, the corruption and is everywhere. And yeah, unlike Robert, do not trust the system. I do not trust, you know, this is where big government has led us. And this is just really unfortunate that not many are paying attention. They just want to be heard, and they just want, like, you know, instant gratification. But you got to be in it for the long haul, and that's what I've noticed taking for 6 years at the county, and not that long at Sandag, but I've been there for a while too. Anyways, but yeah, all right, good meeting. Looking forward to my non-agenda speech. I got that put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tim D in the audience? It doesn't look like he's here. That concludes public.
Do we have any comments or
Approval and comment
Second.
city clerk's work.
go ahead? I will make comments after you're done.
City clerk, thank you so much for your care and diligence, value your and the processes you've established to reconstitute this. In any case, I think move forward. I encourage all of us to adopt this.
Thank you very much. The main thing was having district representation. But then each council member to appoint somebody exactly what is not what wanted it to do. And I have not been filled in the past that were council members would not appoint people and ultimately we want to make sure that we have a robust commission. We want to make sure that we get it, but because this became a political hot potato, instead of allowing us that when we were doing these reforms and everything to still appoint people, they froze it. The reason why we haven't been able to open these different commissions. To me, unconscionable, because good people who want to serve our community in these positions and not trying to make a political issue. So with that, City Clerk, go ahead and read the text.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Chula Vista approving seat designations for newly created district-nominated seats on the Board of Library Trustees, Charter Review Commission, Sustainability Commission, Traffic Safety Commission, and Veterans Advisory Commission.
Please vote. Madam Clerk, we'll go to public comments. Are there any individuals who are still available to do their public comment?
We still have 5 remaining speakers who are.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next 3 speakers, Riddle, Madison Rapp, and Robert, been unmuted. And Riddle, you have been unmuted. Please continue with your comment. Okay, we will go ahead and circle back with her. Madison Rapp, you have been unmuted. Please continue with your comment.
Okay, thank you. My name is Madison, and I'm a mother of 3 young children and a public health advocate. As the second largest city in San Diego County, Chula Vista's decisions influence communities throughout our region. That's why I encourage you to take a cautious approach to cannabis businesses. The city already has 11 cannabis retailers operating, just 1 short of the maximum currently allowed. I urge you not to expand beyond that and to continue putting the health of your residents, especially young people, first. As marijuana becomes more normalized, it's important that local policy reflects what the science continues to show. Adolescence is a uniquely vulnerable time because the brain is still developing. Research consistently links cannabis use during these years with increased risks of serious mental health conditions, including psychotic disorders, bipolar disorder, depression, and anxiety. A large 2026 study of more than 460,000 adolescents found significantly higher rates of these psychiatric conditions among youth who use cannabis. Researchers at UC San Diego also recently found that adolescents who begin using cannabis show slower gains in thinking and behavior based on data from the nation's largest long-term brain development study. The more available marijuana as normal and low risk, this council has the opportunity to push back against that normalization by limiting commercial access rather than expanding it. Line against any additional cannabis businesses and to continue making decisions that protect the health and
Robert,
about the plot.
please proceed with your comment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate my public comment time. I do want to remind that. So, anyways, we'll get back to the PTAC Police Department brought in Flock or the DFR, the drone as first responder. Drone as first responder program is tied to the Flock cameras. I don't know if that's shared systems or other things like that. The other thing that was brought up at the meeting was their public information, the release of any of that, and the redact software, the AI system that they use to do their redactions, certifications. They seem, and it's unfortunate that they're going to the privacy, Chula Vista Police Department is going to the Privacy Commission and not having good presentations from the vendor to allow enough information for them to make good judgment or good suggestions, good with the person about last week's meeting where the city said, but if things, it's like a slap on the wrist for them. Jail if I do something bad, but to hold accountability to the employees, they just get slapped on the wrist, and it's okay. And it was unfortunate that Dan wasn't at the meeting. We did have other because I don't hear it coming up too much in these meetings about the AI going into the public information releases with the police department, and then it's so much information. Get on topic with things, but I think the police department doesn't want that. I think some of their approach to how these new commissions are happening.
Your speaking time. The next speaker is Consuelo Henkin, followed by
Okay, thank you. So, every victim deserves justice, protection, far less. I can't help but wonder some people in positions of power see yet another crisis as another funding opportunity. We've watched the industrial homelessness complex grow into a system where money keeps flowing while the problem continues to get worse. And that's what I fear. I fear we're watching the same pattern being and announcing new initiatives. I really have to ask, is the primary goal ending trafficking or securing programs? The public deserves, and we're not getting it. Where every dollar goes, how it's being spent, and women are actually executing traffickers, owning them, and funding them. And that's the sickest thing I've heard recently, is that this is actually, especially in Chula Vista, Bonita, South San Diego, it's these traffickers are being funded. It's sick. It's sick to even think about. So the people are waking up. More and more citizens are questioning where are going and what their government has, and the old way of doing business is now beginning to shake. So people with measurable results, and show us successful prosecution too, because when you freaking judges involved in this, it's unimaginable and it's over the head. That's why I say the media and their propaganda, what they're feeding the people, not what the people need to know. So again, essentially our own enslavement.
Your speaking time has concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Paul Henkin, followed by Riddle. Paul, you have been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment.
Oh, good evening again. Please, a firm stand on artificial intelligence and siting data centers near the city. You think AI is bad, it gets worse. Most of its flaws have been fixed already, so the remaining ones are the hardcore issues out of a human's control, which won't go away. One of these, the way it robs people of creativity and limits their skills. AI creates an illusion of experience and expertise and inflated confidence. It weakens judgment, learning, and long-term resilience, often in school settings and all over. Produces a dumbed-down society. And when the electricity goes out, AI programs like Claude hit way harder when you realize you've outsourced half your brain to it. One said, AI needs learners with effects on air quality, water, energy, and more. In Imperial Valley, the data center corporation trying to build there promises 2,500 construction jobs, 100 permanent jobs, 28.7 million in annual taxes. And then agriculture probably won't produce, and the public health and economic costs to their rural working class community by any promised gain. As one commentator said, it is expensive when Imperial Valley has some of the highest pediatric asthma rates in California. Sports paying for emergency rooms and watching children struggle to do not want to public health is too expensive while rubber stamping data centers the body sequence. But just in hot weather, the neighbors hear the data center buzzing with the air conditioners and put up with its backup diesel belching fumes expected time. Hot weather drives up electricity demand for adding to their strain on power and worsening air for surrounding areas. And when the hundreds of computer servers run hot, there are two ways of keeping them running without interruption. Refrigeration-based cooling, which is energy.
Your speaking time has concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last remote public speaker is Ann Riddle. Ann, you have been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment. Ann Riddle, please make sure your device is unmuted because we're not able. I don't think we have a connection with her. That was the last public speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move to the city manager's report.
Mr. Mayor, no report this evening.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank all having the World Cup and thank San Diego Football FC for basically hacker celebrations, and we were there at having the final there. I want to also insurance for helping sponsor. It's great to see just an incredible game. And I know I was sort of in the minority. All my friends said that Argentina was going to win. And I said, no, defense wins championships, and wound up that Spain was able to take it. But both teams were incredibly great, and it was neat to say how many people wanted to celebrate soccer. And I had a lot of individuals who had really weren't into soccer, but they definitely are, got turned on, and I think they're going to be more. It's such a great sport. I was honored to present a proclamation to the outgoing Navy DLA San Diego commander, Captain Phoebe Tamayo, during the Chamber of Command ceremony in recognition of her distinguished service. Altrusa Club meeting and provided an update taking place throughout the city. And I hosted 2 community meetings to hear directly from and I wanted to, since our city manager team, we were able to come up with to make sure that people would not be taking through the self-storage to be able to have a high port where they live. The Chula Vista Chamber of Commerce mixer at the East Marriott, and it was neat just to see people there. And there's so many people who come down to those mixers who want to invest in Chula Vista. I attended proclamations to Joanne Fields and recognition celebration, and it was just to be able to come together and talk about the Filipino American veteran band that we all work together will be hopefully built half. And just wanted to thank the Phil-Am community for being such great people. And then we did the ribbon cutting for the Wolfgang Bakery and Grooming, welcoming another small business to the Otray Ranch community. With that, I will move to council comments, and we will start with the member from Council District 1.
Thank you, Mayor. Yesterday, I hosted a community meeting with residents of St. Germain Road at Fire Station 6, where we discussed the community's questions and concerns with the developer who are engaged with us in good faith. Thank you to everyone who came out for such a productive conversation. I'll continue engaging with residents at 11th meeting on the tax on the storage project, maintenance, and upon open spaces around the community. I also wanted to mention that on Saturday, I had the honor to speak at the Filipino American Friendship Festival. This was the 6th annual event celebrating Philippine independence in 1946 and honoring the important role the Filipino community has played in shaping our region, and especially in Chula Vista. Also, this weekend, I walked in Peak, and many members, staff, and police department and their families. Celebrations like this, they send your message that our community residents are accepted and in our community. I also wanted to mention that at Sandag, I always try to give an update every single council meeting. I attended the Sandag Public Safety Committee meeting on July 17th. The committee approved the Proposition 64 Public Health and Safety Grant, awarding $315,000 to the Chula Vista Police Department and $204,000 to the Chula Vista Fire Department to address public health and safety issues related to recreational cannabis use. We also received a report on regional law enforcement spending, as well as an update on e-bike safety, including the various state bills under consideration to address both the dangers of e-bikes and their necessity of transportation to school. And with that, I think I'm going to hold the rest for the next council meeting.
Great. Actually, I wanted to slip in one thing, additional thing for the mayor's comments. And city clerk, I know that Robert is sort of our, he calls in on the voice calls in other places. There will say you have 1 minute left. So that would be my suggestion, is to be able to, so people time is when there is a minute left for us to be able to say, speaker, you have a minute. So I will recognize the member from District 2.
I have no report.
Member from District 3.
Chula Vista families are facing rising utility costs and deserve greater affordability, transparency, and accountability. I am requesting council consensus to bring forward a resolution supporting 3 state bills identified as priorities by San Diego Community Power: AB 1761, Senate Bill 1138, and Assembly Bill 2493. These bills are intended to improve transparency, reduce unnecessary costs passed on, and strengthen oversight of California's energy. I'm requesting that staff consideration at the earliest of August. Supporting these bills would send a clear message to Sacramento that chill with San Diego community power and local families seeking more affordable and accountable energy policies. If I can have consensus, I'd appreciate it.
You have consensus.
I yield back. Thank you.
Member from District 4?
Thank you. The important business is that on July 30th, MTS will have their Board of Directors meeting where there will be a very comprehensive report on a cost of operation analysis, 100 million plus. We'll be looking at cutting some routes in service, serious for those community that rely on. And so again, I will take a look at that. Take a look at that agenda when it comes out. As the mayor mentioned, they do have a very well-run call-in system, and when you watch online and everything's clear, you can see everybody talking, all the reactions and stuff. And so I suggest you watch in if you rely on public transportation. The fun stuff, it's back to the Loma Verde back to school event, as well as the Montgomery Elementary back to school event. And August 10th will also be the Harbor side. Lastly, I did attend the Pride March, but I did last week, and I did also make it out to the Filipino Friendship Festival at Liberty. Got me a nice little sunburn on that day, but I do love some Filipino food and culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will go ahead and, do you have any report?
I just wanted to thank the council and the public patience and understanding with us as we were getting used to our comment procedures. We have received some feedback along the way, which we appreciate, and we'll continue to try to improve the experience for the remote speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now, Marco Verdugo.
The Marco Verdugo, that's right, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Originally, we did have an item 13.1 on the agenda that is going to be withdrawn for tonight. We will have closed session tonight. Item 14.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 91. The name of the case is Alexis Lopez. I believe we do have some public comment on the closed session item. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can please call for the first
item we have.
And just Member Preciado, are you okay?
I'm doing great. I'm waiting to grab that poster.
I want it.
Oh, which poster? The silly one?
I didn't want to interrupt the meeting, but
Why don't you grab it and come back on up? I just want to make sure we got everybody.
Closed session item 14. Speaker is Robert Hinkin. Muted. If you'd like to proceed with your comments on the closed session item.
Yeah, the important thing, appreciate what the mayor said. Speaking anyways, We do like employee, we do other. I encourage the public cases if they're concerned, and who knows? This time I stay after and comment from the council members. Do we have a quorum still? We do. I'm just walking around. So thank you for my time, and it was great working with the city clerk, trying to make it better for the community, and that's what we'll do together. So, catch you guys after closed session if I can.
Thank you.
The final speaker this evening is Consuelo Hinken. Consuelo, you've been unmuted if you'd like to proceed with your comments.
Hi, yeah. So I'm not really aware of this particular case, but I guess take the time out right now to just with regarding just polishing up what you guys are trying to accomplish here. Perhaps a ding, a bell at 30 seconds, just to let the speakers know you guys. And I think a minute is too far in advance to let them. So just a sound, a ding, a special. I know the city of San Diego does.
For you to discuss 14.1.
Right,
You're a little off topic.
About that. Okay, but like I said, I'm not this item. And best of luck to our city and the people waking up to all the corruption. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers on this item.
Thank you. We will now move to closed session. And after closed session, we will then have the next council meeting will be here in this council chambers on July 28th, 2026 at 5 p.m. next Tuesday.
gonna give it like 5 more minutes and then I'm out of here. They could have went out another door. I might just move down over here for the next 5 minutes. This thing's loose. Yeah, tighten it. Are we having fun yet? I think this is fun. Yeah. Running all around. Everybody's bringing up my name. Busy night. So. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Just want to thank all the residents for showing up. That's what it's about. Showing up. And yeah, we're gonna do more multi-streaming like this and getting you guys different perspectives. And then, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll even stay after and catch them all leaving the building too. Because it obviously wasn't that long of a closed session, so and then we'll call it a night here. We got a nice walkway over here. It's kind of steep, but I'm exhausted. Last 2 days have just whooped me. Did the mayor ask for your report tonight? From the city manager? I didn't hear that part.
Oh, yeah, no, he did.
Oh, he did?
He did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't have a report.
No, that's cool. I just, like I said, that was the only thing that I was like, why didn't he ask her?
No, he did.
Okay.
He did. I got lost in everybody else's announcements.
Yeah, no
but
problem.
He did. Thank you for all of your testing on us. We're getting there.
No, I know. Yeah, it's like today was the first meeting where it was like split. And so I knew there were going to be some complications.
It was
to
a
that.
lot. Yeah, so some hiccups, but appreciate the feedback. But yeah, he called me. I just, at that point, it's late.
I hear
for me.
No, that's cool.
Have a good night.
I was going to ask you for comments, you know, if you had a report, but, you know, if you don't, it's okay.
Not tonight.
Have a good night. Alright guys, it's been 5 minutes. Jose Preciado's either already left or still in there. And I'm not really trying to stay here all night waiting for them. I mean, it would be nice to catch Fernandez coming out. Hello, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Any comment for us tonight?
No comment.
No comment? All right.
Well, the comment is that I am so glad that we were able to kill the salary increases for the council, the mayor, and the city attorney.
Yeah.
And it's amazing because compared to last week, I couldn't even get a second. And so it was amazing to see when community comes out and opposes something that my colleagues find religion.
God bless.
God bless.
I appreciate you, John. Have a good night.
Hi, Robert.
Take care.
I apologize. I should have.
Oh, no worries. I heard you.
You think he'll like the sign? It's coming.
He will not like it.
I know he won't, but it's funny still. Oh, they're gonna go use a different door together, huh? What's up, Marco? Marco Polo. Oh, you guys think you're slick, huh? What? No comment? Come on, Fernandez. Come on, man. You saw me right there. You couldn't even walk past me. Man, he knew I was waiting for him, and he walked around the other way. He knew it. Scaredy cat. All right, you guys, that's it. We saw them all leave. They didn't even want. The mayor wanted to give me a comment.